A very good morning here from FRANCIACORTA, the circuit in the north of Italy, which is hosting the 2024 Wsk Super Cup under cloudy and threatening skies. Great to have your company wherever you are watching us around the world. This is the 19th season of Wsk Promotion World Motorsport Competition as we come back after the summer break in what has been a fabulous 2024 season. The 2024 Wsk Super Cup, it started live at La Concomuro Lucchese just for the mini category in 2022, now expanding to the OKN and Junior and the KZN national categories. They'll be racing for the Italian Championships later this afternoon. For the moment, the track is dry. We have brought forward the program due to the threatening onslaught of a downpour later this afternoon. So in just a few moments, we'll race the mini Group 3 final. Before we do, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at FRANCIACORTA. Giuseppe Noviello for the Sicilian team Gamoto took pole position 48 hours ago with a 54.000. The Italian, though, does line up on grid 13 for this, the 10-lap final, in a few moments' time. Daniel Miró Lorente, he knows how to win here at FRANCIACORTA, of course. The Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain, 14 driver, starts out at grid 1. He won the 2023 Wsk Final Cup at this very circuit. 6 months, actually it was longer than that, it's now the first weekend of September, so around about 10 months ago he took the title. That is DML to the left of your screen. Sunny skies for the moment, but the big talking point has been the threat of a torrential downpour, which is due to arrive around about 2 o'clock this afternoon here in the north of Italy, not only here at FRANCIACORTA. The circuit built in 2020, approximately, I was going to say halfway between Venice and Milan, but it's closer to Milan. So we've brought forward the program. For the moment, it is a dry track, the Wsk Super Cup. Daniel Miró Lorente to the left of your screen, Leo Gorski, WSK champion, to the right for the Tony Kart racing team powered by the Vortex. Didn't set a good time in qualifying, but came storming through. The British-based pole to the right of your screen starts out at grid 2. 36 karts on the grid on a warm, humid, tropical-like morning here. After the summer break, in the 19th season of Wsk Promotion World Motorsport Competition. Of course, last week we were just down the road at the center of the karting universe to wrap up the first season of the Rotax Euro Series presented by Wsk Promotion. That was last Saturday night under lights as you look at the pole sitter, DML, grid 1. For the Spanish Dutchman or the Dutch Spaniard, depending on which day of the week it is. 14 driver. Gorski out of 2. We'll take a look at the grid for you as the girls leave the circuit. There is Gorski. Leo to the right for the Tony Kart racing team. 10 laps over 1.3 kilometres. One of the fastest circuits in World Kart racing. Top speed for these mini drivers, just about 108, 109 kilometres an hour, a moment before the start. There's Julian Frasnelli to the bottom left of your screen. The green flag about to fly. With that, we'll take a look at the grid for the Wsk Super Cup Mini Group 3 Final right here at FRANCIACORTA in the north of Italy, the 8th day of September 2024. Under the direction The control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, for this weekend. He gives the signal, the green flag flies. We take a look at the grid with DML on pole position. Gorski in the Tony car to the right, gives the thumbs up. He's out of grid 2. Girardello, Julian Frasnelli on the second row of the grid. Oliver Sini from Indonesia out of 5. He's alongside the Dane Matthias Dixon. Achille Ria, he won here at FRANCIACORTA in 23. Albertar Martufi and JK from Greece out of grid 10. Xavi Lazarou for the SM Racing team is alongside the French-Chinese driver Zak for LA Motorsport. As we do turn the page, Giuseppe Noviello, the fastest qualifier out of 13 alongside the Mexican Santiago Diaz. Xi from China, Legenki, former WSK Champions Cup champion, Mutalon, Trusho, Elton Headforce from Sweden for the Monster K Factory team, and that second Mexican, Juan Garciache. Will Green on debut in WSK, the second generation racer. Alongside Ruska Evci, Lazarus, Kolovos, another Greek driver, Kim Manjay from South Korea, Tiari Shlami, Felgione, Colucci, Patrick Bisa, Max Filde, Lawrence Leopards, Lorenzo Leopardi, Enzo Stambo, the American, Diascoli, Tommaso Pomoni, scusate, Moncillo Devalst, and Jan Shedek, AKM Motorsport, on the final row of the grid. Out of the hotel hairpin, Daniel Miron-Lorente, van the Netherlands, in de eerste positie. Welcome to FRANCIACORTA, the 2024 Wsk Super Cup. We race. Girardello from the second row of the grid, critically the inside second row of the grid, slots into second place, the top green machine. Here's the Indonesian Oliver Sini. There's Gorski. He's gone back to 5. Make that 4. He slips down the inside and picks up a place. But it is Daniel Miron-Lorente, last year's WSK Final Cup champion, who leads in the opening stages of the final. There's Xavi Lazarou going through. Another second generation racer, the 2021 Portuguese Cup champion. He's made a good start for the SM Racing team in the Gillard. It looks as though he's got Albertar from Switzerland for Team Baby Race just ahead of him as they go down the back straight for the first time. Miron-Lorente skates under brakes. The end of lap 1. Girardello is right there in the Paralin behind the Miami powered Kart Republic. And then the green machine, Sini and Gorski 3 and 4. Across the line for the first time, back to Ria, Martufi, Frasnelli, Stixon, Lazarou. Zak goes through. He's in P10. Clean start to the mini Group 3 final. The leading trio, Kart Republic, Paralin, and the Vortex powered Tony Kart of the driver from down on the equator, the Indonesian Oliver Sini. There's his teammate back in P4. Gorski, Ria's in 5. The front trio, they work together. 3 different teams, 3 different manufacturers, 3 different engines as well. At the moment, it is Miami, TM, and Vortex 1, 2, 3. You know it will kick off before the race ends. There's Gorski, tries to break 3 of Achille Ria, also for team driver. Achille, of course, took victory here for the CRG team, the Super Master Series, at this circuit 18 months ago in 2023. Lap 3, Stixon trying to make up places after not a good start. The Dane with a 54.368. There's the CRG. Zak Lazarou, Nobiello, the fastest qualifier, just behind him. Will Green with a storming start. WSK debutant, son of former McLaren Formula 1 test driver, European Formula A karting race winner, and DTM race champion Jamie Green. Will Green with us in WSK for the first time, has come from near on the back of the grid, storming up. He's knocking on the door of the top 10, almost getting a glimpse of the Brit. He's behind Legenki, last year's WSK Champions Cup mini champion. Stixon around the outside. The Tony Kart attack is fading here. There is Sini, but Gorski has lost time. Oliver still sits in P3. Back to Mark Tufi and Julian Frasnelli down into turn 5, lap 4. The 2024 WSK Super Cup. Stixon still the fastest on the circuit. The Dane in the CRG P6 with a 54.3. The leading trio worked together across the line last time at 103 kilometres an hour. The baby race attack, Martufi, Frasnelli in 4 and 5. Ria Gorski back to 8. It's not looking good for the former WSK champion. Oliver sends it to second place. And the Tony Kart of the Indonesian goes on through to position 2, half race distance. The mini group 3 final. We are on lap 5 of 10. Cini in second. It's Girardello back into third place. Gorski, his teammate, in P7, now goes fastest. A 54.3 for Leo Gorski. Needs to hurry up. There's the Tony Kart behind the CRG of Matthias Dixon. Martufi and Frasnelli just ahead. Down the hill on lap 5. You can see in the background Martufi, Frasnelli, Sticks and Gorski, different teams, different nationalities for 3 of the 4 of them. But they are trying to work together. There's Ria in the background as well. Because the leading trio, they'll fight it out amongst themselves if it continues at this rate. The gap between Girardello and Martufi, 1.2 seconds. They flash across the line. Martufi with Frasnelli as Cini sends it from second place. And the Tony Kart Racing team driver from Indonesia goes through to lead the WSK Super Cup. Here at FRANCIACORTA, the lead is short-lived. DML back around the outside says, not in my house, pal. And the Dutch Spaniard for team driver retakes P1. Here comes the attack from Martufi, Frasnelli, Sticks and Gorski. The second Tony Kart not out of this as they fight. It is Miron Lorente, already a multiple WSK champion. Down the back straight, the leading trio. And then 4 behind, back to Ria, who's desperately trying to drag himself into the battle, the fight for the WSK Super Cup. We start lap 7. The Paralympian on the back of the Kart Republic almost runs into the back of him. Stickson now splits the baby race drivers. Gorski still stuck in 7. He's still the fastest on the circuit though. He is frustrated, makes a move. Leo Gorski through to P6. The Green Machines, 3rd and 6th. You can see Miron Lorente at the vertical almost steering wheel of the Kart Republic. He's working it aggressively, trying to keep the engine RPM up. Maximum exit speed down the back straight. He's got Girardello right behind him. Duele for Paralympian Motorsports. Wide exit for the Paralympian, powered by the TM. Defensive line from Miron Lorente. Lap 8, 3 remaining. Unless something happens to the leading trio, which is very, very possible. You can see Stickson has gone through on Frasnelli, Gorski, Martufi. Those 4 drivers won't fight for the title. 2.5 laps remaining. The WSK Super Cup for the original 60 mini Group 3 category here at FRANCIACORTA. An opportunity into the left-hander. Girardello waits, and you can see in the background Gorski. Leo has gone through. The Tony Kart's back into 3 and 4. Stickson back to 6, the CRG. Cini again sends it to second place. Down into the Hidden Hotel hairpin. 2 laps to race to decide the title. The Green Machines, 2 and 4. Team driver in the Kart Republic go into position 1 with the multiple WSK champion. Miron Lorente looks behind him. Girardello just waiting for his opportunity. Can we see an Indonesian victory here this morning? We've got 1.5 laps to decide. It is the drivers from the Netherlands, Indonesia, and the host nation, Italy. 1, 2, 3. The British base pole in the background. Cini leaves the door open, hangs it wide. He'll get the engine RPM, powered by Vortex. Down the back straight, closes up. That was a nice line from Cini. He sends it from second. The Indonesian takes the lead. The Tony Kart Racing team, they won this title with Sebastian Escandari at La Conga last year. Can they go 2 in a row? This is the last lap, and the Indonesian leads. Watch Girardello around the outside. He sweeps out wide, but finds the Dutchman ahead. Down into turn 5, he'll white line it. Girardello's got the engine RPM around the outside. DML back in P1. Cini back to 3rd. Daniel Miron Lorente has been forced back to 2nd to 3rd. He's fought back to the lead each time. Critically, he's gone through on this, the final lap of the 2024 WSK Super Cup. Here comes Gorski on the back of his teammates. Oliver knows he's there. Leo will send it. As Miron Lorente white lines it into the hairpin. Girardello says no problem. He goes around the outside. Cini takes him. The victory! The Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain for team driver Daniel Miron Lorente DML wins the 2024 WSK Super Cup. Girardello 2 and Oliver Cini from Indonesia on the podium, just ahead of his teammate Leo Gorski in 3rd place. What a race! DML wins here at FRANCIACORTA under threatening skies. Another pulsating Mini Group 3 final. The highlights of a fantastic race. We saw Daniel Miron Lorente take the lead from pole position. It was Cini from the inside 3rd row of the grid who slotted in behind Girardello. Cini sent it to 2nd place. The Indonesian actually going on to lead the WSK Super Cup. Nice pass into turn 2. But the Dutchman fought back immediately. Girardello around the outside, and Cini went from the race lead back into 3rd. 3 different nations, 3 different teams, 3 different karts, 3 different engine manufacturers. Daniel Miron Lorente defending for his life. Cini back in P1. Daniel did not lose his cool. Miron Lorente, who has won here in the past. Last year's WSK Final Cup, he's now gone through to win the WSK Super Cup here for 2024 as well. They fought, but it was the Dutchman from Spain, DML, who takes victory. The first race win of the morning for team driver here at FRANCIACORTA. Daniel Miron Lorente wins another WSK title, as does team driver, as does Kart Republic. Daniel Miron Lorente, the 2024 WSK Mini Group 3 Super Cup champion under threatening skies here at FRANCIACORTA. Girardello comes home in 2nd place. Cini, who did take the race lead twice on the podium, is the Indonesian. Gorski, heartbreak for the pole. Missed the start, despite starting from the front row, the outside front row of the grid. Did get the fastest lap of the race. Some minor consolation for Leo Gorski, 5.32, who first stood on the podium and Castelletto in the Open Series last year. He comes home P4. Frasnelli, Sticks and Ria. Lazzaro, P8. Zach Xu. And the vice WSK Open champion, the French-American Alessandro Truchot, rounds out the 10. Legenki, last year's WSK Champions Cup champion in Mini Under 10, 11 from Juan Garciache. Good drive from the Mexican. Headforce, Elton comes home P14 for the Monster K Factory team. Colavos, Noviello, the fastest qualifier, 16th. From Will Green on debut in WSK, Bissa, Martufi. Felgione, 2nd Mexican, Santiago Diaz. Felder, JK back in 23. Tam Davals, Kim Min-jae, Lazarus, Enzo Starbo, the 2nd American, Luigi Viascoli. Luca Muzzolon, Il Veneto da Vicenza. Finishes just ahead of Jan Šedek, and Pomone is the final finisher, Tommaso Pomone, in the 5.67 Paralympian. The Dutchman wins again here in Italy, another WSK title for Daniel Miron Lorente. He'll stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment. Stay with us. Our first final of the Super Cup has been raced, and the podium presentation in just a moment. First final of the morning, a pulsating race as ever for Mini Group 3. The drivers making their way up from Parc Fermé. Daniel, Joelle and Oliver. A crowded Parc Fermé. For the moment, we are racing on a dry circuit. We are expecting rain around about midday. So Daniel, Joelle and Oliver Sini on the podium. Again, for the second time, is the Indonesian. Crowd of Parc Fermé, the drivers making their way up. The Mini 60 under 10 final in just a moment. The rain, we are expecting it to arrive at approximately midday. The KZN national races. Unfortunately, for the moment, we are hopeful though. It looks as though they will race on a wet circuit. Still a crowd at Parc Fermé, the drivers making their way through after the cool down lap here at FRANCIACORTA. The Mini under 10 final, over 10 laps in a moment. If the Mini Group 3 final was anything to go by, it will be pulsating as well. Here comes Daniel, another perfect drive, another WSK podium. Oliver Sini, the Indonesian Tony Kart driver, and Joelle Girardello on the podium for the Paralin Motorsport team. Huge congratulations for Joelle, who finishes in P2. The podium for the Mini Group 3 final from Indonesia for the Tony Kart Racing team. In third place, Oliver Sini. Second place, the Italian for the Paralin Motorsport team, Joelle Girardello. Another WSK title to the Dutchman from Costa Blanca, 14 driver. The WSK Super Cup champion, Mini Group 3, DML, Daniel Miron Lorente. And representing the winning team driver, David Delucchi. Third place to the Indonesian Oliver Sini. Seconda posizione l'italiano Joelle Girardello. Van the Netherlands, the winner here in Italy, Daniel Miron Lorente. And representing the winning team, David Delucchi, team driver. The national anthem of the Netherlands. The podium for the mini Group 3 final. Third place, Oliver Sini. Second, Joelle Girardello. And the WSK champion, Daniel Miron Lorente. Back here, still under threatening skies at Franciacorta for the mini under 10 final. Nicolo Perico looking for his fourth WSK title here this morning. Starts out of pole position. It was Antonio Ianni who took pole position 48 hours ago. Antonio, the Polish-Italian for the CRG team, starts out of Grid 2. It is Nicolo Perico on pole position, the second generation racer. Sempre, always, consistently for the Energy Corsa racing team. Firstly, let's check out some of the highlights. A fabulous week of action here at Franciacorta in Mini Under 10, the Wsk Super Cup. The final image you saw right there was 501 Nicolo Perico who won the season opening WSK Champions Cup, the Supermaster Series and the Open Series, the second generation racer. That's him to the left of your screen, son of Alessandro Perico, WRC rally racer. Just leaving the grid, his mechanic, just off screen now, Coco, that's Arno Kozlinski, who of course won the 2009 Super KF World Championship some 15 years ago now. WSK race winner as well, Coco Kozlinski, now working with the Energy Corsa racing team as mechanic for Perico, the 2009 world champion. Has done a fine job on the spinners. That's his driver to the left of your screen, Antonio Ianni. The Italian pole for the CRG team to the right, 539. He took pole position 48 hours ago in qualifying. 36 karts on the grid. This is the mini under 10 final. Some drivers to watch out for in this one. The Texan for Ward Racing, Colton Snickenberg, starting one row behind Stepan Matzepen. SM Racing, who took pole position earlier on in the series. This is Perico on your screen. Right behind him, de la Sud de la France, Jeannot Pujol, 537, the bottom right of your screen. The Frenchman for the Tony Kart Racing team. Bottom left of your screen, Yannick, now right in the center. CRG, 539. Right behind him for Real Racing, Victor Gorun. Took the first heat victory on Friday for the Real Racing team, who are also competing in the 2024 Italian Formula 4 Championship presented by WSK Promotion. Next week, we go to the marvelous Red Bull Ring in Austria for round 2 of the Euro 4 Championship, where the Real Racing team are also competing. Their driver, Victor, second row of the grid. The Romanian team looking to score an upset. The green machines on the second row as the green flag flies. This is the grid for the mini under 10 final. Perico out of pole position, aiming for his 4th WSK title for the Energy Corsa racing team. Antonio Ianni, the fastest qualifier out of 2. Jeannot Pujol de la Sud de la France. The Tony Kart racing team, Victor Gorun for Real Racing. Moscardi, Sen Lindemann. Rocco Simone, the Canadian. LDP, Di Pietro Antonio. JK from WA, that's Jake Kostecki out of 9. And Harry Williams, the Brit, out of grid 10 on debut in WSK. Mason, WSK champion, back on grid 11. Kees Muis, Van the Netherlands. Leon Schlitzer, Georgia. TDF, the Roman. Santino Sapia from Argentina. Lumex, Matzepen, Pasquale, Colton Snickenberg, James Roots, the Brit, out of 20. Lingan Lee, Andrea Iannone, David Acton, the pole. Giacomelli, Newstead, Austin, the Brit. Platon Kovtunenko for Bosch Racing, Henry Mooring, the German. Andreas Papagiorgio, Leo Kralev, Johannes Buchhammer. Good run from him. The Austrian on debut in WSK. Tiberius Muller, the German. Nathan Lotrionte, Robert Raikkonen making his debut. He's the Swiss Finn in WSK, as is Cooper Lopez. The Venezuelan-American Atika Mir from Mumbai. She lives in Dubai. She won the recent Rotax race at Le Mans. She starts alongside the Russian Daniel Verba in 5:03 on grid 18. Here is Atika, 5:13 at the back of the grid. Perico on pole position. The under 10 final, the WSK Super Cup here at FRANCIACORTA. We race. A late start, but no problem for Jeannot Pujol. From the inside, second row of the grid, slots up into P2. Ianni from grid 2, not a bad start for the CRG driver. He's in 3rd place. We watch Moscardi send it down the inside in the opening stages, and Victor follows him on through. Nice pass by the racing Romanian. As the field go up the hill for the first time, it is Perico with the race lead. Jeannot Pujol, the Vortex-powered Tony Kart, trying to take the lead away from the Italian. Here's the Southern French driver. The Tony Kart's in 2 and 4. Perico with the race lead. Clean start for the mini under 10 final, as the skies ever so slightly start to get darker here at FRANCIACORTA in the north of Italy. Ianni back to 5. They come across the line for the first time. Great start from JK. Kostecki up into 8 from Sen Lindemann. And then Super Lolo Bros. Lorenzo Di Pietro Antonio, the Roman, rounds out the 10. Pujol, Moscardi, that is Victor in P4. The Romanian for the Real Racing team looking to score a victory here this morning and take what would be the first Romanian WSK title since the Coxman-Christopher brothers. At the moment is Pettico in P1. Not for long. Jeannot sends it down the inside. The Frenchman almost makes contact. Victor goes on through. Antonio's in P4. How did Pettico resist that challenge? Moscardi. David up the inside as well. Pettico under enormous pressure leads them across the line. Pujol, Guran, Moscardi, that's Mason down the inside. Robertson raging on through the pack. The second generation racer, WSK champion earlier on in the season, actually won here at Franciacorta, did not qualify so well, but has he got speed this morning? Leads the attack for Team Baby Race. Right behind is Yanni, Rocco Simone, the Canadian there. Moscardi, Jay Kostecki, the West Australian coming onto your screen now. In 5.04, behind 5.06 is Pujol. Fighting with Gurun, they both lose time. Here comes Mason. Robertson races down the inside, and the Scotsman from Barcelona is now up onto the podium. Tremendous comeback from Mason. We start lap 4. Robertson, whose father Stuart still holds various lap records in Formula Ford at some British racing circuits, whose configuration has now been changed so they'll never be beaten. But at the moment, his boy, that's Mason in P3. Yanni, Victor back into P5. It's going wrong for the Romanian, who's coming under attack from Rocco Simone, the Canadian. Rocco 5.46 for the Kiddix Driver Academy. Alessandro Levrati. Pettico with the race lead, but Jano Pujol looks good. He's got the speed, just needs to be decisive with an attack. And it's likely about to come now as they go into the hotel hairpin. Needs to do something. Looks over his right shoulder. Sends it down the inside. Jano Pujol de la Sud de la France. Dans la tête de la course, the Frenchman goes to the top. This is lap 5 of 10. Pettico responds immediately. Mason, magnificent. Robertson races up the inside. Team Baby Race now in second place. Take a look at this. Down into the hotel hairpin. Jeannot Pujol from France for the Tony Kart Racing Team drove by and took the lead. It was short-lived for barely 300 meters. He's come across the line in P4. Yanni's back into it now. Energy course, P1, Baby Race Paralin. Le CRG, before I finish that sentence, it's made redundant. Jano shoots back the inside. There's Kostecki as well. 3 Energy Corsa karts inside the top 10. There's Rocco, the Canadian. Robertson and Pettico. Pujol. There's Yanni. Simone, Victor Gurun. Kostecki, whose cousin Brody won last year's Australian V8 Supercar Championship. And next year we'll be lining up for the legendary Dick Johnson Racing Team in the 2025 V8 Supercar Series. That's JK from WA. His older brothers raced WSK a decade ago. They're watching on live from the bottom of the world. JK's not out of this, just on a personal best sector. He's got Moscardi, Lumet, Di Pietro Antonio, and Williams behind. Pettico with the race lead. Di Pietro Antonio with a 54.697. He's the fastest on circuit. 5.16. That's LDP. Rocco down the inside. Simone goes P4. Nice pass by the North American. Victor's just still hangs there, the racing Romanian. As Rocco goes defensive, Mason literally pushing. Pettico 103 kilometers an hour across the line last time. That's across the line. You can add about another 6 according to the telemetry for the Mini under 10 drivers. Well over 100 kilometers an hour, around about 65 miles an hour for our viewers watching on live in the United Kingdom, the United States, and 1 or 2 other countries that refuse to embrace the metric system. Regardless, it's damn quick for these under 10 Mini drivers. Pettico leads the way. Robertson Pujol with the fastest purple sector. Here comes Jano, wants desperately to take the victory. On your screen, 4 and 5, Rocco, Victor, Yanni, Moscardi, Kostecki, Lumets, and Williams, the ADD management driver, still in the top 10 on debut in WSK. Celice, Pietro Antonio, Pasquale Lindemann, Stepan Matsepan, Kismes, Santino Sapia, the Argentine ahead of the Texan, Colton Snickerberg, Kralov, and Didier, as Davide Di Filippo rounds out the 20. Moscardi goes fastest. He's back in P7. Time running out, but you know the attack will come from the Scotsman on the back of the Italian. He won here earlier in the year in the WSK Open Series. He lines up down the back straight. Superb exit. Looks right, looks left. Petticoat does likewise. Jano almost takes the lead. Petticoat gets him back. The Scotsman goes P1, trying to take his second victory here at FRANCIACORTA. Petticoat sends it from second. Watch Jano in the background. They make contact. Robertson and Pujol touch. That's the ball game, folks. Surely that's the end of the match. Surely that's the fourth WSK title to Nicola Petticoat. Watch this, the top left of your screen. Pujol saw what was coming. He swept around the outside. Petticoat taking the lead back, and the slightest contact sideways from Mason. They both lost time, and with that, Nicola Petticoat simply says, I'm out of here, guys. He's got the race lead with 1 lap to go. Pujol driving desperately as Rocco up into third place. Yanni around the outside. This is the last lap of the WSK Super Cup Mini Under 10 final. Rocco in trouble. Yanni sweeps around the outside. It is on here in the final lap. Petticoat surely on his way to victory. He's gone. Contact. Crashed down into turn 5. That's the ball game. Petticoat on his way to victory. Pujol trying to make that sentence incorrect. He's jumping out of the seat. The Vortex Power Tony Kart. Petticoat stares back at the Frenchman as they go down into the hotel hairpin. He white lines it. Watch Pujol around the outside. Surely he can't get the momentum. He'll try it. Wheel to wheel. Oh no! What a finish. We wait. Pujol! Jano Pujol, le vainqueur ici en Italie. Incroyable! Incroyable! Et pour la 3e fois, incroyable! Oh, ho, ho. What a race! Pujol wins! Pujol takes victory pour la France. How did he do that? Di Pietro Antonio comes home on the podium. Pujol! He brought back the gap from 1 second. We thought it was all over. They made contact. Finishing down, Rocco Simone, Moscardi, they all came together, as did Antonio Yanni, finishing in 13. Pujol wins 0.02 of a second. Le pilote français, ici en Italie. What a race as we look at the highlights of the Mini Under 10 final. Petticoat. Clean start. And it was Pujol from the inside second row of the grid who went on through, tried to take the lead away, ran over the ripple strip in avoidance of the Italian. Victor Gurun, the racing Romanian, had a good strong run early on, ultimately finishing in P5 for the Real Racing team. Robertson went through to take the late race lead. Ultimately finishing though down in 21st position. This was when, yeah, don't ask me for a prediction. Don't buy a lottery ticket off me. We thought that was it. I thought, okay, I'll be honest, I'll confess. I thought that was the ball game. And Petticoat was on his way to another victory. Then this happened. Robertson was involved. Yanni off the road as well. Out of the final corner, Vortex. The Tony Kart driver from La France. Nicolo jumping out of the seat. He knew it then. Jean Pujol has taken an incredible victory here in Mini Under 10. Le vainqueur de la France, Jean Pujol, Perico second. How about LDP? Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Super Lolo Brass third. JK from WA. Kostecki, P4, Victor P5 for the Real Racing team. Super performance all weekend, including a heat victory 48 hours ago. Leon Schlitzer, Sen Lindemann, Pasquale, Lumats, and Rocco Simone in P10 just beats home Stepan Matsepan. Strong finish for the SM Racing team driver. Mason Robertson, as we turn the page, 21st position. Race winner earlier on here at Franciacorta in 2024. But that contact with Yanni, in particular, cost them. Yanni finishing in 13th place. Jean Pujol with one of the most incredible victories. He has won it out of the final hairpin, brought back an almost impossible lead to take victory in the Wsk Super Cup for the Tony Kart Racing team. Stay with us on WSK, the podium. We'll see the Frenchman and two Italians, Jean Pujol, Nicolo Perico, and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio in third place. The podium for the Mini Under 10 final, live from Franciacorta in just a moment. Under 10 final. A pulsating race as they cross the line is actually not the order, unfortunately, for Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Not passing post-race scrutineering. So has made the podium as his dad races up to the podium here. We've got two energy drivers and a Tony Kart victory here this morning in the Mini Under 10 final. So commiserations for Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Jay Kostecki from West Australia has made the podium. And with that, the podium presentation for the Mini Under 10 final, the Wsk Super Cup. In third place for the Energy Course Racing team, JK from WA, Jay Kostecki. A super performance all weekend, just misses the victory by 0.02 of a second. The vice champion of the Super Cup for Team Energy Course, Nicolo Perico. incroyable, le vainqueur, the winner of the WSK Super Cup Mini Under 10 for the Tony Kart Racing Team from La France, Jean Pujol. And representing the winning Tony Kart Racing Team, Alessandro Sfierella. Third place to the West Australian, Jay Kostecki. Second place, the Italian, Niccolo Perico. The winner of the WSK Super Cup Mini Under 10 for the Tony Kart Racing Team from France, Jean Pujol. And Mr. Alessandro Sfierella representing the winning Tony Kart Racing Team. The national anthem of France. The podium for the Mini Under 10 final. Third place, Jay Kostecki from Australia. Second, the Italian Niccolo Perico. Le vainqueur ici de la France, Jean Pujol. Stay with us on WSK.it. We continue racing the Super Cup from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. Back here at FRANCIACORTA for the OKN final. This will be a cracking race over 20 laps. Thankfully, for the moment, still on a dry circuit, Christian Canonica, the Swiss driver for the Roman team, KGT Motorsport, will start on pole position. He took pole position 48 hours ago. OKN, that's OK, original kart, and the N stands for national. But this is a super international field. Canonica from Switzerland to start on pole position. Fabulous highlights, which we'll check out in just a moment from the Super Cup here at FRANCIACORTA this week. Before we race the final, let's see what's happened in the past 2 days here in the north of Italy. FRANCIACORTA, a super quick track. You can see the layout imposed or superimposed over the drivers on the circuit, just a moment or two away from the start of the OKN final. The weather forecast, you can see to the bottom left, 24 degrees at the moment and cloudy for the time being. We are expecting torrential rain to arrive hopefully just after the last KZN final, KZ National. That's at 1:30. We have brought forward the program. A big day yesterday. 19 heats, 10 pre-finals. The 3-minute board goes up for the OKN final. For the moment, the track is dry. We race over 20 laps. Original Kart National. There is the pole sitter from north of the border in Switzerland, Christian Canonica, KGT Motorsport. The team of Stefano Credicini, Polycart Roma, backed by Lamborghini of Roma. You can just see their logo on the front spoiler of Christian's car, 210. He starts just ahead of Lamberto Ferrari. This is Nicolas Marchese for team driver, the Venetian team. As the girls leave the circuit here, those umbrellas, they're going to be very valuable in about 4 hours' time, unfortunately, I hate to say. No sunshine for the moment. A warm day yesterday, 29 degrees. This is Lamberto Ferrari, the Formula K, powered by the Modena engine. 3 engine manufacturers for this weekend. There are no Vortex or LKE entries, but we do have cars powered by Modena, IAME and TM, including the pole sitter to the left of your screen, Christian Canonica. The OKN final, the 23 cars on the grid, Original Kart National, to race for the Wsk Super Cup here at FRANCIACORTA. This is the grid. Canonica on pole position alongside Marchese, Lamberto Ferrari, Erika Lavazza for Tingamoto. She's been in great form this weekend out of 4. Apicella for the Greek GSR team. Riccardo Ferrari, M2 Racing. Batti Yildirim, 2-time WSK champion. Ledalcas, Andrea Volpato, Federico Nardozzi for the 5-time world champion, Danilo Rossi. Bagnardi also for Galizia Socores Racing. Gersten Korn in the gold card. Leon Headforce for DR Racing out of 13 alongside Massa, Menes Balletti, Musa, Califano, Poletti, Filippo Donazan, now with the NGM Motorsport team, alongside Nicolas Fragakis, Tommaso Finco, Alessandro Acito, who did not set a time in qualifying, 222. the Paralin. For LA Motorsport, Alessandro from the back of the grid, just ahead of Samuele Sottile. 2 DNFs and did not set a time in qualifying. Alessandro Acito out of grid 21. Just ahead of him, Filippo Donazan for the NGM Motorsport team, who won the KZ2 European Championships a couple of seasons ago with Giacomo Polini. He's had a rotten run as well, Filippo Donazan, but has been quick critically. There is the Carly Kart 218. Warms the Vega tyres on a warm morning here, the 8th day of September. The 2024 WSK Super Cup. Marchese tries to get the run out of the hotel hairpin. Critical to keep the engine RPM up. The field punch up at a walking pace up to the line. The WSK Super Cup for OKN. We don't race. Another formation lap. Throughout the heats in OKN and particularly in OKN Junior, we did have quite a few karts stall coming out of the hotel hairpin. Walking pace from the leading drivers, trying to get the run, and the karts mid-pack, back of the pack, actually fouled with fuel. And for those of us that do remember the glory days of 100cc, Super A, Formula A, ICA, simple trick to fixing that is to squeeze the fuel line, which many of these young drivers, I'm showing my age. Yeah, the glory days of 100cc, pinching the fuel line to starve the engine of fuel, and fouling up the plug was needed throughout some of the heats, and we may see that tactic, the old school 100cc tactic employed, particularly as they go down the back straight. You can see at walking pace. Critical to not foul the plug. 125cc OK National engines. Marchese knows the game. He's standing on the brakes and the throttle at the same time, pinching the fuel line. Not to foul the engine, not to have the fuel pouring into it and get the jump as they come up to the start. Canonica on pole position. This time we race. Super start from Lamberto Ferrari. And the Formula K 202 sends it up the inside, up onto 3 wheels. The M2 racing kart, Ferrari around the outside. Riccardo. A clean start. Down into turn 5, Canonica with the race lead. The Swiss driver for the Roman team in the TM Power Tony kart goes P1. There's Marchese in 3rd place. Good start from Apicella as well. Sano race winner in 2023 in the Euro Series. He's driving for the super professional Galizia Sartores racing team. It is on down into the hotel hairpin on the first of 20 laps. Crash into the hairpin, has claimed 4 of them. One of the DR karts is caught up in that. Lavazza's out. Edica, Volpato, Leon head 4s in Califano. 2 of the DR racing karts, Alessandro Califano, his teammate Leon head 4s, Andrea Volpato, and Edica Lavazza, who we expected to fight for the victory. Edica is out. Huge crash down into the hotel hairpin, thankfully at low speed, as Marchese on the green part of the circuit. Technically, there is only a local yellow. Tries to take 2nd place. There's Apicella fighting with Batti, yielded him. Here comes the Turk. He's in P4. Look at the car park on the infield. Huge damage to head 4's kart. His teammate Califano is out. Edica Lavazza and also Andrea Volpato. From 23, we're down to 19 after just a single lap. Canonica with the race lead. Lamberto Ferrari, there's Marchese. Batti yielded him, has had a quiet week so far, didn't qualify so well. There's the Modena car team entry in P4, the Paralin, powered by the TM, 2-time WSK champion from Istanbul in Turkey, the other side of the Mediterranean. But he's found speed at the right time of the weekend. The blind goes down on the radiator as Marchese slams it down the inside. Ferrari back to 3rd, potentially 4th, back to yielded him. trying to find a way up onto the podium. The battle just behind Apicella, Riccardo Ferrari, Ledalkas from Greece, Bagnardi, Donatsan, Filippo. What a start from Filippo from near on the back of the grid. The NGM Motorsport driver is storming up through the field. He's up into P9 from Nardozzi, the remaining DR Racing Team driver. Belletti just ahead. Look at that, 49.6. The NGM Motorsport driver from the back of the grid. Filippo Donatan now up into P9. There he is. The Carly Kart's flying as Batty sends it up onto the podium. Nice pass by the Turk. He goes P3. The four abandoned karts of Lavazza Volpato, Headforce, Califano, they're fine, but they're out as the leading 9 come across the line. Donatsan, don't discount him. He could take an incredible victory here from near on the back of the grid. He avoided that first lap crash. He's got speed to burn. The Iami-powered Carly Kart for NGM Motorsport, former European Championship winning team in KZ2. Another fastest, 49.128. He's half a second faster than the race leader from Switzerland, Christian Canonica. Down the back straight, Marquez here. Christian driving as hard as he possibly can. Nicholas thinks about it, and at the last possible minute, dives down the inside to take the race lead. Yildirim tries to follow him, but the Turk runs out of road. Apicella in P5, as we get news from race control that Tommaso Finco has been given a 3-second penalty. That puts the Italian down in 19th position. Marchese, P1. Canonica, P2. Donatsan again, 49 dead. Filippo is flying almost into the 48s. Now he's got traffic. Needs to just drive past Ferrari, Ledalkas, Bagnardi. He's at the back of this freight train as we pass 1/4 race distance, the 20-lap original kart national final. Look at the cars, the bottom left of your screen. Destroyed. Sent down the inside. Apicella goes on through to P4. Lamberto Ferrari. 202, started the inside second row of the grid. The Modena-powered Formula K, the bottle green machine, sits behind the Galezza Sotiros entry, not for long, responds. Then we find Ledalkas, Bagnardi. Donatsan has gone through, Filippo up into 8. Marquez here for team driver. KGT Motorsport in second, KGT Motorsport in third. The Turk goes on through, punches the air and says, let's go, because Nicholas is getting away. Indeed he is. Nice lead from Nicholas. Down into the hotel hairpin, half a second, in fact, in a purple sector. Donatsan, still the driver to watch out for. The Carly Kart for NGM Motorsport comes onto the line. Over the line, just behind the Dalkas. The Zanki Motorsport 221. Emmanuel from Greece for the team from nearby Brescia. Zanki Motorsport sends it down the inside. Watch Donatsan around the outside. He takes the two of them. Filippo goes on through. Super pass. Ledalkas, Apicella, and a 48.9 for Filippo Donatsan. A storming drive. I have to remind you, he started grid 19. The Carly Kart is flying. Move just ahead of him. He won't make the position, but he will get track time. Makes a couple of tenths. Right behind Batti Yildirim and Antonio Apicella. Apicella for the GSR team. Galatzis Sotiros Racing. Highly professional team from Athens in Greece. With their Italian driver in P4. Ahead of Batti Yildirim, two-time WSK champion from Turkey, but Filippo is on the charge. Filippo is flying. Marquez with the lead of 5/10, half a second over Canonica, the pole sitter, KGT Motorsport. Half race distance next time round. Looks back over his shoulder. Filippo sends it down the inside. Donatsan dives down the inside. Filippo from grid 19 up into P5. Fantastic drive half race distance. Apicella just ahead of 48.8. Goes fastest for the GSR team. The Miami-powered Lando Norris kart. Driving the LN kart, Lando Norris, of course, former WSK Euro Series champion, Supermaster Series champion. And Lando pole position a week ago at the Italian Formula One Grand Prix at Monza, just 100 kilometres, not even, just up the road from here at FRANCIACORTA. The Lando Norris kart, powered by the Miami, in P4 for the Greek team. Donatsan goes in deep, skates under brakes. On the back of Apicella, Antonio Apicella, from just outside Napoli, where we race in 3 weeks' time, the WSK Euro Series on September 29. He won that race in 2023. Apicella richens the mixture ever so slightly on the Miami 125cc engine. Donatsan is just driving the wheels off it. Look at the bottom left, 48.6. 0.3 of a second faster than Marquez. Donatsan with Apicella just ahead. The track is still dry under threat of rain. Donatsan lining up Apicella as they go down into the hidden hotel hairpin here at FRANCIACORTA. Apicella's in trouble. Filippo too far back this time. The first 5 bunch up. We start lap 12 of 20. The 2024 Wsk Super Cup here at FRANCIACORTA. The OK National Final. Into turn 5, Marquez half a second clear. Donatsan 48.6 again. 8 laps remaining. The track is still dry under threatening skies as Apicella dives down the inside. And Ferrari falls back to P4. It may be 5 in a moment. Into the hotel hairpin, not this time. Apicella goes P3. Lamberto Ferrari for the Formula K Motorsport team. Watch into turn 2. Quick in a straight line though is Ferrari. The modern powered Formula K car, but a good exit from Filippo Donatsan in the Carly kart. Into turn 5. It is slippery offline, deceptively downhill. He gets the run on the exit. 4 right-hand corners in a row, and then they turn left and race down the hill. Watch Filippo. 2-1-8 for NGM Motorsports. Dives down the inside. Donatsan P4 from grid 19. He's now just a step off the podium. Back to Yildirim, Ladaukas, Riccardo Ferrari, Bagnardi, Federico Nardozzi. Just ahead of Mark Gerstenkorn in the Rigetti Rigolfi Gold Kart. Rounding out the 10, Marquez starts lap 14. Donatsan flying. 48.6 and a purple sector in that final sector of the lap in which he just went by and made a move on Lamberto. Apicella on the back of the pole setter, Christian Canonica, who's now 0.7 of a second behind Nicolas Marquez. We are coming up to the final quarter of the OK National Final. Marquez from Canonica, who took pole position 48 hours ago and has fairly dominated the heats. Apicella looks over his shoulder. Donatsan too far back. So we'll check the difference as they come across the line. To start lap 15, 0.7 of a second. Filippo with a 48.6 again. Again he goes fastest from grid 19. A storming drive from Filippo, desperate for the podium. Can he take the victory? Not going to pass down into turn 5 is Filippo. Look at that, 48.622. You know the attack is about to come up as they turn right, and then left and sends it down the hill. Here we go. Into the left-hander, too far back. Lines him up for a move into the hotel hairpin. Wide line to get the engine RPM. Canonica defending from the both of them. Marquez with a nice lead. Apicella looks behind. He dives down the inside. Donatsan follows him through, makes contact with the back of the GSR kart. Stays in P4. With that, Marquez is gone. Puts a full second between second, third, fourth and fifth. Apicella, Canonica Donatan and Lamberto Ferrari. Watch this. Into the hairpin. Apicella made the move. Donatan trying to find a way through front left to right rear. Actually got out of the throttle. We'll give the Italian some credit there for not causing an incident. Raced clean. Batti yielded him. Now fighting for the podium as well. Marquez out. Perfect drive from Nicholas. Already a WSK race winner as Canonica goes down the inside but goes wide. Loses it on the exit. Hasn't got the speed when he needs it. He's dominated so far this week at Franciacorta. The KGT Motorsport, backed by Lamborghini of Rome. The Tony Kart, who started on pole position, now under attack from the driver who started grid 19. He's defending himself from Batti, yielded him, the two-time WSK champion on your screen for the Modena Kart team. Ferrari, Zanchi Motorsport, Ledalka, Spagnardi. Ferrari has Riccardo as opposed to Lamberto. Lamberto in the 202 Formula K. Look at the lead from Marquez. They are running out of time. Yielded him. P5 is Batti. Across the line to gap last time, 1.79 seconds. 1.8. He's gone. They can't take 2 seconds out of the team driver in the remaining 2.5 laps, surely. Samuele Sottile, unfortunately, with a mechanical defect flag, dislodged bodywork, was running in 16th place, still is in fact ahead of Alessandro Acito. Good to see Alessandro after a tough run in qualifying where he didn't even set a lap. Looks as though he will at least get to the checkered flag in what has been a wild weekend as Donatan raises the right arm. That was messy with him and the Turk. He and the Turk, I should say, into the hotel hairpin. Running out of time, 2 laps to race. We start lap 19. The gap, 1.8 seconds, 2 seconds dead. Apicella, Canonica, the 2 Italians from Christian from Switzerland. Donatan, there's Batti that him, looks over his left shoulder. Dive down the inside, Canonica, Apicella. Watch Filippo around the outside. Tries to take the both of them. Makes lap 1 position. He's on the podium from grid 19. Batti yielded him, follows him on through. Christian Canonica, the fastest qualifier, has dominated the weekend here at Franciacorta, but he'll go home empty-handed unless he can do something spectacular in the remaining lap. Donatan defends, leaves the door open, runs into the back of Batti yielded him, who's now got P3 for the Modena Kart team. Last lap for Nicolas Marquez on his way to victory, nearly 3 seconds clear. Yielded him sideways, I dare say. Donatan helped him. Canonica, Christian to send it down into turn 5. Apicella's clearing second, Batti in third. Canonica, heartbreakingly, looks as though he will miss the podium. Filippo Donatan, whether he makes it or not, it's been a fine drive from grid 19. At the moment, he's in P4. Nicolas Marquez has dominated the second half of the final while they fought. He just drove away with a perfect drive. The team driver for Kart Republic, Nicolas Marquez, wins the Wsk Super Cup here at Franciacorta. Apicella second, and from Istanbul in Turkey, Batti yielded him for the Modena Kart team on the podium in third. Alessandro Acito, bravo, crosses the line, as does Tommaso Finco. After what has been a tough weekend for both those drivers, they do see the checkered flag. We take a look at the highlights of the OK National Final. Canonica from pole position, ahead of Lamberto Ferrari in the Formula K. Canonica with the race lead earlier on. The field were bunched up, and then this happened. A crash eliminating the 2 DR drivers. Alessandro Califano, Leon Headforce, Volpato, and unfortunately Eric Lovato was out on the first lap as well. Marquez has sent it down the inside of Ferrari. And then Canonica to go through and take the lead. which ultimately he would never relinquish. Donatan was carving through 2 DNFs in the heats. Didn't qualify so well, but from grid 19, made it up into P5, then to P4 with this move. Apicella and Canonica, slight contact between the GSR driver and the KGT Motorsport pole sitter from Switzerland. Canonica back into P2. Into turn 5, Donatan trying to go around the outside of both of them. They were 3 wide around turn 5. Batty yielded him, sensible, intelligent, quick and decisive. Took Donatan down into the hotel hairpin. Canonica coming up short, but Nicolas Marquez, a well-deserved WSK Super Cup champion. Nicolas Marquez, 14 driver, has won the WSK Super Cup. Antonio Apicella for the Glatzis Sotiros racing team from Greece. The Greek team, the Italian driver, P2, and Batil that from Turkey, a Modena kart in P3. What a drive. Filippo Donatan in P4, Canonica 5 from pole position. Disappointment for the KGT Motorsport entry from Switzerland, who started grid 1 but misses the podium. Nicolas Marquez takes victory and will stand on the top step of the podium. Presentation coming your way from FRANCIACORTA in just a moment. The drivers for the OKN National Final make their way up to the podium. Batti, Antonio, and Nicolas. A brilliant race for the OKN National. That's Original Kart National Junior. In just a moment, the drivers making their way up. We're still waiting. Ecco Nicolas, il vincitore for Team Driver. The podium for the OKN final Original Kart National, the Wsk Super Cup 2024. From Turkey in third place for the Modern Kart team, Fatih Yildirim. A brilliant performance all weekend. In second place, Antonio Apicella. The 2024 Wsk Super Cup champion, the Italian Nicolas Marchese. And representing the winning team driver, David Delucchi. Third place to the driver from Turkey for Modern Kart, Fatih Yildirim. Second place for the GSR Racing team, the Italian Antonio Apicella. Il vincitore per Team Driver, l'italiano Nicolas Marchese. And representing the winning team, David Delucchi for Team Driver. The national anthem of Italia. The podium, third place, Fatih Yildirim, Antonio Apicella, and the winner of the OKN National Final, the Wsk Super Cup, Nicolas Marchese. The OKN Junior, that's Original Kart National Junior Final. Ilya Berezhkin has already won here in the past. He is the WSK Open Series champion, the CRG driver for the Monster K factory team of Yuri Serafini. He starts out a pole position, 36 cars on the grid, ready to race over 16 laps. But firstly, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at FRANCIACORTA. It has been very warm here at FRANCIACORTA in the past few days. It is still 25 degrees Celsius on the 8th day of September. Imminent thunderstorms on their way. But for the moment, the track is dry as we prepare to race the Wsk Super Cup, the OKN Junior Final, the 19th season of Wsk Promotion World Motorsport Competition. Next year, 2025, the 20th anniversary season of Wsk Promotion involvement in world motorsport. Stay tuned for big news on the way. The calendar's not too far away. Still 3 events to go at the conclusion of this one. We go to Sarno, the newly resurfaced Circuito Internazionale Napoli, September 29 for the second round of the Euro Series. That's in 3 weeks' time. The 3-minute board goes up. And the final cup at the center of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. Just about half an hour from here, a decent bike ride. As you look at the pole setter, Ilya Bereshkin, WSK Open Series champion. The last event of the year at the Cremona circuit, which hosts the World Superbike Championship in 2 weeks' time. That's on the 24th of November, the WSK Final Cup to round out the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. You look at the Australian, Sebastian Eskandari from Queensland. His mother Kelly nervously watching on live here at the circuit. His father Babak from 20,000 kilometres away late at night in Brisbane, Australia. He, of course, won the Super Cup last year in Minneapolis Muro Lucchese World Circuit. Starts grid 2 for the Ward Racing team. The Vortex-powered Tony Kart 313, the bottom left of your screen. Just ahead of El Madrileño, the American from Madrid in Spain for Team Gamoto. That is Nicholas Stanley. Just behind the Australian, but it's the Russian for the Monster K factory team. The CRG 308. The WSK Open Series champion, Ilya Bereshkin, on pole position. This is the grid for the OKN Junior Final. Ilya Bereshkin on pole position. Sebastian Eskandari out of grid 2 for Ward Racing. Valerio Villapiana starts out of grid 3. He was the fastest qualifier on Friday. Nicholas Stanley for Team Gamoto. Lucas Bonholm. Jackie Justo from Modena Car. Michael Orlando, Lorenzo D'Amico, Bruno Blanco, and the Mexican Sebastian Frijolet. Mia Auger, the first of the IM Dames. She's on grid 11 alongside Ricardo Branchero, who's had a great debut for Zanki Motorsport. The boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia. P25 in his final heat yesterday, but he's won here in the past. Royka, Bertolini, Seva, Osachi, Shuslovsky, Kumpen, Krugli, PBS, Kader, Bidley, Amelia. She's one of 5 girls in the field. Adam Brilla, Natalie Kosmopoulos, Sebastian Rydell, Chapla, Antonio Cocchianella, Panustein Momkons, Sofia Povesnaya, Andrea Lavata, Victoria Farfas back in 31, the second Iron Dame. Dylan Lambert from Canada, who raced in the Rotax Euro Series final 8 days ago at Lonato. Matteo Frattini and Christoph Focus on grid 36. Welcome to the circuit, just up the road from the centre of the karting universe. This is FRANCIACORTA. This is the WSK Super Cup for OKN Junior. The final over 16 laps. Bereshkin on pole. Walks up to the line. Sebastian waits. We don't race. Sebastian throws the 313 Tony Kart Racer 401, the double R chassis powered by the Vortex. Just reeks on the steering wheel. Aggression from the Australian. He's got the American behind him, Valerio Villapiana. He was the fastest qualifier with a 48.759 48 hours ago. Jackie Justo, 306. Third row of the grid for Modena Kart. Mia Auger one of two Iron Dames, the second Victoria Farfus, the son of the daughter, Amenina do Brasil, Augustus Farfus, factory driver in the World Endurance Championship with BMW. But, of course, Augustus here at the circuit, 1999 Winter Cup Formula A champion with CRG. Sorry to remind you, mate, but that was 25 years ago. His daughter, Victoria, the second Brazilian, the second Iron Dame. But it is Ilya Badeshkin for the Monster K factory team on pole position. WSK Open Series champion, the CRG out of grid 1. The WSK Super Cup, Badeshkin controls the pace. Walks it up to the line, too slightly. We've lost 2 into the grass. They've stalled. Sebastian waits. Again, another formation lap. Billy van Staveren and Antonio Cocchianella stalling on the grass, as did Adam Brilla, trying to get going at the back of the pack. You could crawl faster than the pace in which Badeshkin was leading the field around. We've also lost Italy before the start of the race. Billy van Staveren, Adam Brilla trying to get going, Adam Cocchianella and Christoph Focus. Adam Brilla has just stalled on the start-finish line. Adam is out before the start. Huge disappointment, the 3-2-0 for Adam Brilla. The CMT Racing team, he's out before the start. Ilya Badeshkin controlling the pace. Our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, not happy. This is the third formation lap. The pace is simply too slow. Look at Valerio Villapiana. He's frustrated. Waves the right hand, says, "What are you doing? Just go." The pace too slow. We've already lost 3. Van Staveren, Bidley and Cocchianella. For the third time of asking. This time, we race. Eskandari misses the start from the notorious outside front row of the grid. He's back to P4, the top Tony Kart. For Nicholas Money Racing, it's Lucas Bonholm. Stanley in P5 on the back of Eskandari. Not the cleanest start in history. 3 attempts and we already lost 3 drivers before the start. Adam Brilla, Billy van Staveren, Cocchianella and Christoph Focus out before the start. Badeshkin controls the pace. The warning flag for Badeshkin as well. He's already come to the attention of race control before the start. Here's Billy to the left of your screen, furious. And with some justification, BVS, he does not even get to race. We complete the first of 16 laps. Badeshkin across the line at 117 k's an hour. 122 for Sebastian, the Ward Racing Vortex on the Tony Kart. Last year's WSK Super Cup champion in Mini. He goes P4. So it's Badeshkin from Villapiana, Lucas Bonholm, Sebastian ahead of Nicholas. Here's the Team Gamoto driver, the American from Madrid in Spain for the Sicilian team here in the north of Italy. P5, Orlando Blanco, D'Amico, Giusto, Riccardo Brangero, Frijolet. Good start from Pizzonia. Knocking on the door of the top 10, the driver who won here in the WSK Open Series earlier in the year. He comes down the back straight now. Lucas under attack from Sebastian. And Nicola wants to get on with it as well. The Gamoto driver wants to take the victory here at FRANCIACORTA in OKNJ for the first time as we see Villapiana. 4-team driver range up the inside. Now he's on the outside. Badeshkin under attack. Can he hold off Valerio just for the moment? Sebastian's playing the waiting game. This is lap 3 of 16. Eskandari's got the speed as Luba Roykov, he goes fastest. WSK Champions Cup champion at the early stage of the race. He's ahead of Pizzonia behind Frijolet, the Bulgarian in triple 3 with a 50.376. in traffic in the early stages of the race. He goes fastest. But Eshken defends. Viapiana, Bonholm, they will send him if he's not careful. Sure, he's in P1, but now it's a bottleneck. But Eshken, watch him white line it into turn 2. Incredibly, he holds the lead. The first 15, there's nothing in it. But Eshken is in trouble. He needs to go. But he hasn't got the momentum, hasn't got the rhythm. Sure, he's in P1. Good sector, though, that time. But the CRG of Ilya Badeshkin. Lucas all over the back of Valerio. There's Sebastian still in P4. Breaks clear of Orlando, who's gone by El Madrileño, Nicholas Stanley. The Tony Kart drivers getting frustrated somewhat. Viapiana, P2, better lap this time from Badeshkin. Breaks 3, breaks free, I should say. Sebastian sends it down the inside. Oh, wow! The Australian takes 2 of them. Sensational move from Sebastian. Eskandari goes to second. Simply says to Lucas, to Valerio, if you won't set off after the Russian, I'll take him myself. He took 2 in the one corner. Babak, mate, I hope you enjoyed that. This was the move of the weekend. Sebastian on the inside of Bonholm. Why not? He'll take Viapiana as well. The move of the weekend. Last year's WSK Mini Super Cup champion for Ward Racing, a sensational pass. The Tony Kart Racer 401s, the double R chassis, they're now second and third. The gap half a second, Viapiana down the inside. Lucas Bonholm back into P4. Michele Orlando 322. The Modena powered Danilo Rossi racing car P5. Stanley just moved over by Bruno Blanco there. And the American loses a position in turn 2 on lap 6 of 16. Sebastian has cut the lead down. He goes purple. Sebastian with a 49.656. Trying to take his second WSK title. The first Australian to win a WSK title. That was at La Conca last year. Of course, William Kalija winning the WSK Supermaster Series, his countryman earlier on in the year over the series. Sebastian, here he goes down into the hotel hairpin. Jinx out at the last possible moment to Badeshkin. Purple sector again from Eskandari. Bonholm, Orlando, Blanco, Stanley in the background. As we see Justo just run off the road. Sebastian sends it from second. He's got the race lead. Eskandari defends down into turn 5 as we approach half race distance. He's got track position. Bereshkin runs wide and now he has to defend from the fastest qualifier, Valerio Viapiana. Needs to break clear. Oh, he can't! But he does hold the lead incredibly. That's costly for Ilya. The WSK Open Series champion for the Monster K Factory team started from pole. He's back to P2. Sebastian needs a good sector, but Eshken needs to defend from Viapiana and Bonholm and Orlando and Blanco. And the American for Team Gamoto, Nicholas Stanley to turn 2, slides down the inside. But Eshken back in P1. Sebastian ever so slightly left the door open. Runs into the back of him on the brakes early. Deceptively early right there, you saw it. Sebastian sends it from second. It is on. Badeshkin back to P2. This is half race distance. Eskandari, Badeshkin. Viapiana, the pole sitter. Lucas Bonholm. Look at Orlando. For the 5-time world champion, Danilo Rossi. He's got the speed here, powered by the Modena. As Eskandari defends. What a move from Badeshkin. That was brilliant around the outside. They are way off the pace as the first 4 fights. Eskandari in second, Badeshkin. Lucas around the outside. Viapiana at the moment, the Italian just ahead of the French driver. That's Blanco in P5 in the Paralin. Bruno for LA Motorsports. We are on lap 9 of 16. Badeshkin still with the race lead just for the moment. Sebastian in second place. Badeshkin incredibly has got the lead. This is not the cleanest race in history as Nicolas Stanley slams it down the inside. El Madrileño for Tingamoto goes through to P5. Badeshkin, how has he still got the race lead? Sebastian back in second. Eskandari, that's Via Piana. Great drive all weekend from Lucas Bonholm. Lucas Goodman trying to take the podium. He's in P4 at the moment. Sebastian trying to line up Badeshkin, the WSK Open Series champion, the CRG. Badeshkin powered by the TM. Look at the wide line from Eskandari, the Queenslander. Races down the hill, he'll have the engine RPM as they go into the hotel hairpin. Via Piana's not out of this, the first four. Also Lucas Bonholm, Stanley P5. Nice move down the inside. Brangero on debut in WSK has gone through. He's had a brilliant weekend. Ricardo Brangero, 334 for the Zunki Motorsport team. Badeshkin up onto three wheels. Lucas on the back of Valerio. Lap 11 of 16, defensive down into turn 5 again. Sebastian into the back of him. Lucas around the outside. Via Piana, Nicolas Stanley up into P4 for Tingamoto. 3 wide. They funnel down the hill. Incredibly, Badeshkin still holds it. Orlando's off the road. The Italian goes rallycross. They started 1, 2, 3 on the grid, and one of the messiest races we've seen all season. Incredibly, they're still 1, 2, 3. Badeshkin, Eskandari, Via Piana, Stanley for Tingamoto. The American from Madrid in Spain, P4. He lines up the fastest qualifier. You know that's the boy from Brazil, Antonio, who won here earlier in the season. He's now up into P8 on the back of Lucas. Sebastian on the back of Ilya. Valerio is still right there. This is anybody's game. Back to Blanco, Bertolini, Orlando, Roykov, who won the season opening WSK Champions Cup. Frigelet, Kumpen, Carrera, and Vittoria Farfus. What a drive from her from the back of the grid. She's in P15. Vittoria Farfus for the IM Dames, the second IM Dame, Mia Auger from La France. She's in P18. Via Piana now back into second. Sebastian back to third. Under attack from the American, who himself has to defend from Lucas Bonholm. The first 5. That is Ricardo Brangero on debut in WSK. Super performance. 334 for Zunki Motorsport from grid 12. He could still take the podium here. Karts at the side of the circuit. Frigelet, D'Amico, and Seva Osachi Shuslovsky off the racing line. Fortunately, we stay green. Badeshkin defends. Similar colours, but vastly different teams. Via Piani, the Miami powered Kart Republic 309. Ilya Badeshkin, Monster K Factory team, the CRG. TM powered CRG in P1. And Sebastian, the first of the green machines for Ward Racing, powered by the Vortex, is the Tony Kart Racer 401 RR chassis. Valerio now tries to attack Badeshkin. He's driven superbly. A defensive masterclass from Badeshkin. 2.5 laps remaining. The OKN Original Kart National, the junior final. Sebastian, Lucas, the Tony Karts 3 and 4. Via Piana. We'll see if Valerio can attack down into the hotel hairpin. Has to defend from Sebastian. Thought about it. Brangero, what a drive. Ricardo in 334. 2 laps to race. Lucas sweeps around the outside, lapping way off the pace. Almost a second and a half as everybody attacks and defends simultaneously. Badeshkin still P1, the WSK Open Series champion. That is Lucas Bonholm. Lucas Goodman, as his name literally translates from French to English. In P4, off the podium, Blanco 5, Brangero, Bertolini, Orlando, Pizzonia, Roykov. And Nicola Stanley now falls out the top 10. There is El Madrileño in the background as Sebastian runs into the back of Villapiana. This is the last lap, but Eshkin has defended superbly for 15 laps. He's got one more lap to do it. And the gap critically is half a second. Blanco in the back of Bonholm. Bruno goes on through to P4. Nice pass for Bruno Blanco for LA Motorsport. Villapiana, last half lap. Sebastian P3. But Eshkin has driven brilliantly. They have thrown everything at the pole sitter. Wide line, he'll get the engine RPM as they race down the hill. One final attack, you know it's coming up into the hotel hairpin. Doesn't need to defend, he's got enough of a distance. But Eshkin will win the WSK Super Cup for the Monster K factory team. Comes out of the final corner, that checkered flag waves. Ilya Bereshkin takes his second WSK title for 2024. Villapiana, P2, the fastest qualifier, and Sebastian, the second Australian on the podium today, comes home in third place. Another fantastic race here. Ilya Bereshkin has won it for the Monster K factory team in the CRG. OKN junior final, but Eshkin from pole position took the lead from Valerio Villapiana. Sebastian was the second Tonica. Lucas with a nice start from the inside of the third row of the grid. Escandati, what a move. That was the pass of the weekend, going by both Bonholm and Valerio Villapiana, briefly going through to take the lead. But Eshkin fought back, and Escandati was sandwiched in second place. Not the cleanest race you've ever seen, as everyone was fighting and attacking simultaneously. Stanley, it looked as though the American had a chance at the podium there briefly. Ultimately would fade back to finish P11 at race end. But Eshkin defending from Villapiana, the fastest qualifier. Nice move from Bruno Blanco to come home in P5 for LA Motorsport, the 336 Paralin. But enough of a lead in the dying stages for Ilya Bereshkin. He won the WSK Open Series earlier on in the year and defended brilliantly to take victory in the WSK Super Cup, still on a tri-circuit, thankfully, here at FRANCIACORTA. Bereshkin wins, Villapiana 2, Sebastian from Queensland Forward Racing home in third place. Great performance all weekend. Lucas Bonholm, Blanco, what a debut. Bravissimo, Riccardo Brangero, sesta posizione per Zanchi Motorsport. Bertolini also, the same can be said, ahead of Roykov, Pizzonia, and Michele Orlando beats home Nicola Stanley for the final position in the top 10. Second WSK title to the Monster K factory team. Ilya Bereshkin wins the Super Cup here at FRANCIACORTA. The podium for the OKN Junior Final. An incredible race as Sebastian, Valerio and Ilya make their way up to the podium. The OKN Junior Final, the WSK Super Cup in third place for Ward Racing from Australia, Sebastian Eskandari. Second place, the fastest qualifier for team driver, l'Italiano Valerio Viapiana. His second WSK title of 2024 for the Monster K Factory team. The winner of the Super Cup, Ilya Bereshkin. And representing the winning team, the Monster K Factory team, Roberto Musio. Third place to the Australian, Sebastian Eskandari. Seconda posizione, l'Italiano Valerio Viapiana. The winner of the WSK Super Cup, Ilya Bereshkin. And representing the winning Monster K Factory team, Roberto Musio. The podium for the OKN Junior Final. Congratulations. Third place, Sebastian Eskandari. Second, the fastest qualifier, Valerio Viapiana. And Ilya Bereshkin, his second WSK title of 2024. Back here at FRANCIACORTA, still under threatening skies, which haven't yet opened. Thankfully, 24 degrees on the 8th day of September and a dry circuit. We now move into the 4 KZ categories here. KZN, that's KZ National, racing for Il Campionato Italiano, for the Italian Championship, Il Trofeo Nazionale, the national trophy for the 4 different KZ categories. We'll explain that throughout the course of the broadcast. First up is KZ National Over. This is for drivers over 40 years of age but less than 50. They have their own race coming up later on. Drivers more than 50 years of age, so drivers 40 to 49, the Over KZ National Final. Firstly, let's check out some of the highlights from this week in KZN Over here at FRANCIACORTA. The KZ karts on the grid, racing for the national trophy. Mr. Manolo Bastianelli, representing the karting commission of the Automobile Club of Italy. Commissione the AC Sport, presenting the drivers. Of course, they are racing for Il Trofeo Nazionale, the national trophy, together with Il Campionato Italiano, the Italian championship for the national classes of KZ. And Mr. Manolo Bastianelli presenting the drivers, qualifying drivers for the finals with their medals here prior to the start of the race. A 16-lap KZN over final. Andrea Tonoli to lead the field away. Four different categories for KZ. National KZN over final, over 16 laps. The 18 drivers to be led away by Andrea Tonoli. Veteran, most of these drivers, or a fair percentage of them, have a lifetime, literally, of experience racing in karting, some back to the 1990s, even some later today, dating back to the 1980s as well. Andrea Tonoli, national champion in 2023. That's him to the left of your screen. The balaclava goes on. Andrea Tonoli, 115, the Drago course for the TecTav racing team. Starting alongside Andrea Spagni. He is one driver with a lifetime of experience. National champion in what was then Intercontinental C, as the KZ categories were formerly known up until, trying to think, it was when KF was dissolved. Oh, it was before that. It was when, sadly, we said goodbye to 100cc and KF was introduced, and at the same time, Intercontinental C became KZ2. We go back to 2000, Andrea Spagni, that's him to the left of your screen, 110, Italian national champion 24 years ago. This is Andrea Tonoli, last year's 2023 Italian champion. Recent victory in Il Trofeo Estate, the summer trophy at nearby Lonato, just a couple of months ago. Michele Menegazzo, RS Motorsport 103. Ecco Andrea Spagni, KCS team. The Birol Art have fairly dominated the entry here this weekend, but it is Andrea Tonoli, the Drago course team, who starts on pole position. And now the 1 minute board goes up. The start of the KZN over final. Andrea Tonoli on pole position. This is the grid for the 16-lap KZN over final. Andrea Tonoli will start from pole position in the 115 Drago course kart, alongside Andrea Spagni. Fabio Ferretti out of grid 2, alongside Roger Rico in the Birol Art. Silvio Costantini for the new racing team. Luca Oliva, Giornata De Mezza, Sebastiano De Matteo out of 8. Also for the TecTav racing team, the same team of the pole sitter. Tonoli, Marco Mosca from Torino, Emanuele Villani from Anzio, just outside Rome. Menegazzo, Abbattiello Virana, Pietro Cino, Antonio Tramontana, Fabio Vacca, Agnello Di Biase, and Andrea Fortuna. Watch him from the back of the grid. Andrea Fortuna has been, as his surname literally translates as fortunate, he has been far from that this weekend. Andrea Fortuna, who's raced with us in KZ in the past. Also competitor in the Italian Rock Cup, the International Rock Trophy as well. Andrea Fortuna, 104. Has been quick, but unfortunate luck-wise throughout the heats. He starts back on the 9th row of the grid. The Italian National Trophy. For drivers more than 40 years of age, not quite yet turned 50, punishing themselves this weekend in these KZ karts. Same technical specifications as KZ. Tonoli lights up the rear Vega tyres. Spagni already has. That is Andrea to the right of your screen. An all-Italian field. Every driver racing in KZ, with the exception of one from Switzerland, is from here in the host nation of Italy. Simone Virana waiting for Antonio Tramontana just behind, as Agnello Di Biase pulls in to the 9th row of the grid. We are missing Cino, Vacca, and also Andrea Fortuna out before the start. We race. Perfect getaway from Andrea Tonoli. And the Drago course driver leads the two Birrells up the hill into turn 1 and 2. Crash further back in the pack. We've already lost 2 after barely 200 meters. Tonoli, no problem for the Drago course driver. It was Mosca and Menegazzo. Both out Marco Mosca in the Drago course kart, and Menegazzo in the Parolin for RS Motorsport. The Parolin, they come together. Mosca from nearby Torino, the city that will host the 2026 Winter Olympic Games. His hometown. Marco Mosca out on the opening lap of the race. Has retired, has not attempted to restart. No problem for Tonoli. He comes across the line for the first time. He's got the race lead. He came second in the recent Italian Cup. Did Andrea Tonoli in the Tri Veneto region. That is the top right area, or the top, let's say this again, the northeast area. That is Tri Veneto, basically the Venetian area, up bordering Austria and nearby Slovenia. Andrea Tonoli from Veneto. He won. He took out second in the Italian Cup recently, did Tonoli. Last year's Italian champion, 2023, and also a recent victory in Il Trofeo Estate at nearby South Garda Karting Lonato. Comes across the line to start lap 3. The Birrell out of Andrea Spagni in second place. Ferretti. Fabio going through. That's the Taglienti kart. 107. The team of Tony Taglienti, former Italian champions, particularly in the early part of the century. The yellow machine in P3 with the Birrell Arts of Rocha Rico, Sirio Costantini just behind. Luca Oliva, Sebastian Di Matteo, Donato De Mezza, Abitaglio, head of Emanuele Villani, the driver from Anzio on the Roman coast. Villani also for the Taglienti car team. The yellow machine goes down the back straight, trying to make a move. The 3 Taglienti karts in this race, Virana and Di Biase, round out the field. The first of which, for Tony Taglienti, Fabio Ferretti in P3. The Birrell Arts on your screen, 113. Rogerico is in fourth place, just ahead of Sirio Costantini. Luca Oliva just in the background, trying to catch up in the Drago course kart, also for the AMC Tech Racing team. Abatiello, Sebastiano De Matteo, Villani. Unfortunately, we lost Mosca, Menegazzo after just barely 200 meters. Cino, Vaca and Andrea Fortuna did not make the start. Quick driver, but has had not the luck this weekend. Did not line up on the grid. And so we're down to 13 on lap 5 of 16. This is KZN over, racing for Il Trofeo Nazionale, the Italian Championship. You saw Mr. Manolo Bastianelli, il segretario Commissione di Karting per ACISPO, basically the secretary for the Karting Commission of the Automobile Club of Italy, presenting the drivers with them Italians prior to the race start. As you see Constantini aggressive as he grabs the gear and races down the back straight. Fastest lap of the race so far, Fabio Ferretti in P3 on the podium with a 48.397. Eclipsed now by Constantini with a 48.262. The Birol Arts go through. The Birol Arts manufacturer has dominated in the KZ categories here, racing for the Italian Championship down into turn 5. Spagni closes up on the back of Tonoli. Fastest lap for Silvio Constantini. We approach half race distance. KZN over. Their final here. The Drago course from the Birol Arts. Team from Lissone who has had so much success in KZ World Kart racing over the past half decade or so. Multiple WSK titles. We think of the likes Christian Bertuga, Riccardo Longhi, Marijn Kremers before he painted himself green, metaphorically. But the Birol Arts drivers, Spagni, the best of which in second place, the TK Kart in P3. Enrico Constantini, fastest on circuit. Andrea Spagni, Italian champion. We go back to the year 2000 in Intercontinental C in the Italian Championships, when the world of karting was vastly different. So many of these drivers with so much experience. And now we see Andrea Spagni closing in on the back of Andrea Tonoli. Last year's Italian champion, Il Trofeo Estate race winner, the Taglienti kart in the background. Here's a move, but Tonoli covers him off. The Birol Arts go 2, 4 and 5. Enrico Constantini, Luca Oliva in the Drago course kart. Head of Giannato De Mezza, Sebastiano De Matteo, also in the Drago course kart. Giannato De Mezza 1-2-0, the second yellow machine. The TK racing kart, powered by the TM. Spagni just sits there, crossed the line last time, 134 kilometers an hour. KZN over, national. De Mezza, De Matteo, Antonio Tramontana just ahead of Virana. Agnello Di Biase rounds out the field. Emanuele Villani from just outside Rome just missed the podium in the Italian Cup earlier in the year. Agnello Di Biase, he did win in his region, the region of Napoli, which also takes in Circuito Internazionale Napoli. Six laps to go at the end of this one. The leading trio, it is Drago course, Birol Arts. Move down the inside, Andrea Spagni stands on the brakes in order not to run into Andrea Tonoli, who closes the door, and now this gives hope to Fabio Ferretti. The Taglienti kart in P3. Dives down the inside into turn 5, rights the ripple strip. Goes on through to take the lead. We've lost one in the background as well. It was Agnello Di Biase who is out. Has retired as the leader's about to stream on by. Ferretti with a 48 dead, almost into the 47s. And Andrea Tonoli, as we see Agnello Di Biase's abandoned kart on the exit of the back straight. Tonoli back into P3 and at risk of losing the podium. We start lap 11 of 16, the KZN over final. So Birola back in P1, the Taglienti guard in second place of Fabio Ferretti. Fastest on the circuit as well is Ferretti. You can see Rico and Costantini not far out of this either. The first 5, anybody's race here. 4 laps now remaining. The KZN over final. Il Campionato Italiano, the skies are getting darker here at Franciacorta. We brought the program ahead yesterday. We raced our pre-finals yesterday evening. A big day, 19 heats. That was after the 11 on Friday. And the 10 pre-finals yesterday evening, because the forecast rain to come in from the Mediterranean, we are expecting it to arrive imminently. For the moment, the track is dry. The Birro Art, the former Italian champion going back 1/4 of a century, Andrea Spagni in P1. The driver from central Italy just missed the podium in the Italian Cup earlier on in the year. Coming into this, the single race, Trofeo Nazionale, the national trophy for KZN over, I should say, drivers more than 40 years of age. And he's got a lead now comfortably of 0.4 of a second, 134 k's an hour across the line on lap 13 of 16. This is Ferretti on your screen. Taglienti kart, they were so strong during the KF era, winning Italian championships, KF2 in the early 2000s. And they've got a strong team here this weekend. Ferretti in second place. Villani, Manuele Villani, il Romano Anziano from Anzio on the coast of Rome. Just about to get a glimpse. There's the second yellow machine. Just drifts it, does Villani. Head of Abitiello, Tramontana. But it's the first machine, Ferretti. But a 47.958 now for Andrea Spagni. He goes fastest. 2.5 laps remaining. The KZN over final. Il Trofeo Nazionale, the Italian Championship, 0.6 of a second and a purple lap from the race leader who started out of grid 2. That was Luca Oliva going through, Sebastiano De Matteo, Giornata De Mezza, Villani, Abatiello, and Tramontano. 2 laps now remaining, and another purple sector for a purple lap from Andrea Spagni from grid 2. Pirolat looking to take out the first of our 4 KZ finals here. Down through the gearbox smoothly. Nice style from Andrea Spagni. Looks to have this under control. The driver from central Italy, here in the north of Italy, on the penultimate lap of Il Trofeo Nazionale, racing together with the Wsk Super Cup here at Franciacorta under threatening skies. It is warm, it is humid, it is 24 degrees Celsius. The rain is not far away, but neither is the checkered flag. Andrea Spagni looks back to Fabio Ferretti. Tonoli, who started from pole position, the Drago course driver, in P3 as we start l'ultimo giro. Spagni, Ferretti, and from pole position, Andrea Tonoli. This is the final lap of the first of our 4 KZ national finals, racing for the Italian national trophy in the Italian Championship single round race together with the Wsk Super Cup here at Franciacorta. Spagni on his way to victory is Andrea. Fabio Ferretti in P2, an all-Italian field in the Italian trophy race. Spagni, a smooth driving style. 110, the TM-powered Birolat. Into the hotel hairpin for the final time. He grabs a gear, tight line, accelerates, and celebrates. Andrea Spagni takes victory. Il Trofeo Nazionale from Fabio Ferretti and Andrea Tonoli. Great weekend for him. Will be disappointed to miss the trophy. It comes home P3 after starting from pole position. Agnello Di Biase does actually take the checkered flag as the final finisher in 12th place. The highlights of the race, Tonoli from pole position, Spagni just slotted across from second on the grid. That was Fabio Ferretti, good drive from him. Sat there in third place as the Drago course drivers. Further back in the pack, unfortunately, we lost Marco Mosca and Michele Menegazzo in the opening stages. Tonoli under attack. Fabio Ferretti was the driver just waiting, just watching. Andrea Spagni going through to take the lead and the victory. Fabio Ferretti and then Tonoli for the Drago course team. Perhaps a good weekend to take the final step of the podium. There is Menegazzo and Marco Mosca. They race barely 200 metres of the KZN over final. Spagni wins and takes Il Trofeo. Fabio Ferretti in P2 and Andrea Tonoli, the Tech Tap Racing Car team. The Drago course on pole position comes home in third place. The podium for the KZN over final from Franciacorta before the Heavens Open later this afternoon. Stay with us on Motorsport TV and wsk.it. Andrea Spagni vince qui a Franciacorta.
Andrea, Fabio and Andrea make their way up to the podium. KZN over il podio. KZN over. Terza posizione dal pole position Andrea Tonoli. Seconda posizione Fabio Ferretti. Il vincitore di KZN over il trofeo nazionale Andrea Spagni. Signor Manolo Bastianelli, segretario commissione KARTING, premia per il campionato italiano. Terza posizione Andrea Tonoli. Seconda posizione Fabio Ferretti. E il vincitore qui a Franciacorta Andrea Spagni. Inno nazionale Italia. Il podio per KZN Ova, il campionato italiano, terza posizione Andrea Tonoli, seconda Fabio Ferretti e il vincitore Andrea Spagni.
Back here at Franciacorta, we promised you it would rain, and I hate to tell you this, but the rain has now arrived. The track has been declared wet by our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. We've got 3 finals to race. KZ, the shifter kart category, national for drivers more than 50 years of age. They're down in Parc Ferme at the moment. And I can tell you that the Vega tyres are going on. Just light rain at the moment. If the race was to start right now, which it won't, we're still about 4 minutes away from the cars coming out onto the circuit. A little bit of sunshine as I speak, actually. The track is dry-ish. There's no standing water, but the light rain is falling. And we are expect to see Noah float by with his boat as we expect something biblical in terms of a thunderstorm here this afternoon. Light rain for the moment, but it is promised, has been promised to get much heavier throughout the afternoon. KZN over 50. Drivers more than 50 years of age racing for the Italian Championship. Il campionato italiano per KZN. Trofeo nazionale per 60 mini gruppo 3 OKN e OKNJ. So just explaining that is the Italian Championship. Single race for the KZN categories. We raced already this morning in the mini in OKN national races. That was for Il Trofeo Nazionale. And of course they were racing for the Wsk Super Cup. Ferruccio all'acqua, veteran kart racer, to lead the field out on what will be a damp-ish circuit. A little bit of hope. The light rain falling has just eased for the moment. There's even a ray of sunshine. It is still 24 degrees Celsius here at FRANCIACORTA. The circuit built in 2020, the first major international race. At the end of 2020, which was, well, it was a bizarre year for many reasons. The Rock Cup International Final at the end of 2020. It is the 22nd circuit the WSK has ever raced at in our 19-year history. And of course, next year, the 20th anniversary season of WSK promotion. 20 years involvement in world competition motorsport. We think back to the WSK World Series, the WSK Euro Series, 22 circuits raced at, including in places such as the United States, raced at Egypt in the WSK World Series over a decade ago, all over Europe. Of course, former promoters of the European and FIA World Championships. A successful era that was, the Italian F4 Championship since 2014. The strongest, most competitive junior motor racing series in the world, car racing series that is, since 2014. The Euro 4 Series, the second round of which is next week at the Red Bull Ring in Austria. And in 2019, 2020, WSK promotion launching the FIA Formula 3 Formula Regional European Championship. The inaugural title won by Mercedes F1 test driver Frederic Vesti, who also took out the WSK Final Cup in 2000-something. I reckon it was 2015. Sorry, Fred, can't remember, mate. 2015 or 16, perhaps it was, for the Forza Racing team. Gianluca Petikov winning the 2020 Formula Regional European Championship. The 19th season of WSK promotion, the 22nd circuit that we have raced at. You can see the graphic on your screen has been updated. Before it said cloudy, now it says rainy. That is just correct. Light rain just still falling for the moment. If it was a 5-lap sprint starting right now, you would still gamble with the Vega slick tyres, but that is going to change this afternoon. KZN over 50, their final in just a few moments. Ferruccio all'acqua to start on pole position alongside Marcello Lamberti della famiglia famosa Lamberti nel mondo di automobilismo qui in Italia. Dalla prima fila, all Italian KZ over 50. 21 drivers, more than 1,000 years, no exaggeration, literally 1,000 years of experience for the KZN over 50 drivers. Minimum age of 50, racing, wrestling these KZ monsters around the FRANCIACORTA circuit. So So the karts coming out onto the circuit to the pre-grid now. Light rain falling. Just a moment or two before the start. KZ National per il campionato italiano, for the Italian Championship. Marcello Lamberti, the first driver to come out onto the circuit. The wet weather suit is on for Marcello. And the rest of the field make their way up to the grid. Tonino Piero Sara in the Charles Leclerc kart starts on the third row of the grid. We'll take a look at the grid for you in its entirety in a moment. Light rain falling and a little bit of sunshine at the same time. We are expecting the rain to get heavier, much heavier, much heavier throughout the afternoon. We do hope that you'll stay with us on wsk.it as we get ready to race the KZ National over 50 final here at Franciacorta. Our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, makes his way down onto the grid to give last-minute instructions to the drivers, in particular Ferruccio All'Acqua, who will start from pole position in 173. The Maranello kart. 21 drivers, more than 50 years of age on the grid. Question mark over Alberto Cialini if the Italian will take the start in 180. Keep you updated with that. Before we race the over 50 final, let's take a look at some of the highlights from KZN over 50 this week at Franciacorta. Back here with live scenes at Franciacorta, you can see the umbrellas. They were used for the sun earlier on, and now the grid girls using them to hold off the light rain. Just light rain falling for the moment. Ferruccio All'Acqua. Pole position al suo fianco. Vediamo Marcello Lamberti, the Maranello kart, together with the Birrell Arts. Paolo Gagliardini. Second row of the grid for the Milanese driver. Luca Levorato, il Veneto, dalla seconda fila. Tonino Piero Sara, together with Enzo Pirovano. Just a couple of moments before the start. 16 laps on a wet track. The track has been declared wet by our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. Racing for the Italian Championship here. Il campionato italiano. Piloti più di 50 anni, for drivers more than 50 years of age. Just a few moments before the start. Drivers ready to go, most of them. Just that was Massimiliano Mariotti, or possibly Claudio Ambrogi, just making their way down to the grid. A little bit of sunshine as you look at Ferruccio All'Acqua, 173. Casco bellissimo. Ferruccio dal pole position, al suo fianco Lamberti. Ecco Luca Fiorin. 183. This is Lamberti from the famous Lamberti Motorsport family in Italy. Marcello in the Birolart. Just a quick look through. There is one IAMI powered kart, that is Luca Fiorin, that you got a glimpse of a moment ago. Triple checking as I speak, everyone else powered by TM, multiple manufacturers. The only Massimiliano Mariotti motorizzato Vortex. Mariotti with the Vortex power, Luca Fiorin with the IAMI, everyone else powered by the TM. The three different manufacturers. There is Ferruccio all'Acqua. As is tradition throughout the heats, will come around, park on pole position with the visor open until the last possible moment. The umbrellas go down, the rain eases up for just a moment. 16 laps, KZN. Drivers with more than 50 years of age, a millennia of experience literally here, without exception on the Vega tyres. You can see the rear track of these karts nowhere near 1400. Maximum rear track allowed in karting. Fortunately, that rule has not changed for a good few decades. The karts are big enough as they are these days. KZ2 taking over from Intercontinental C, which many of these drivers did race in 1990 something, even a few of them going back to 1980 something as well. Some of these drivers with a lifetime of experience. If you're watching us live around the world and you think that your career in motor racing is over, we've got 21 drivers more than 50 years of age about to wrestle these road racing rocket ships, the KZ2 karts, around one of the fastest tracks in Europe over 16 laps. Ferruccio all'Acqua is on pole position. His name, I kid you not, literally translates to Ferruccio of the water as the rain falls here at Franciacorta. We take a look at the grid. All'Acqua on pole position. Marcello Lamberti out of grid 2, Paolo Gagliardini alongside Luca Levorato, Piero Sara, Enzo Pirovano, Simonti, Giberti, that's Maurizio, Alfio Messina, il Siciliano, and Luca Fiorin in the IAMI Powered Kart Republic out of 10. Maurizio Giacchetti, Ermano Vandini, Avanzato, Gentile, Cialini, Scolaro, Riccardo Loddo, Claudio Ambrogi, Giacomo Chiglioli, Massimiliano Mariotto in the Vortex Power Paralin, and Marco Tesserolo on the final row of the grid. So we'll get 2 formation laps as the drivers fill out the wet circuit here, the damp circuit for the moment. Here is the Porsche Driving Experience Center in the background. In fact, we'll only get 1 formation lap. There is our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, directly below him under the bridge, the red flag. All'Acqua, Gagliardini. Inside second row, Marcello Lamberti to the right, out of grid 2. More than 1,000 years of experience, more than 1 millennium of experience, no exaggeration, that is a literal explanation, is on the grid, ready to race the KZN over 50 final. We've got 1 kart stalled, but at the back, so we may still go green. We don't. Another formation lap was Giacomo Chiglioli, who has stalled the 175 Birolard, an extra formation lap. You can see it is still dry off the racing line. Has anybody gambled with the Vegas slick? A little bit of sunshine at the moment. These tyres will be destroyed. The rain has stopped. The rain has actually stopped. Track, of course, declared wet. Giacomo Chiglioli in the background trying to get underway and catch up to the back of the pack. He's now got the 175 Birolard fired up. Maurizio Ghiberti, though, unfortunately, looks as though the 184 Maranello will not make the start. Extra formation lap. Chignoli catches up to the back of the pack down into the hotel hairpin on a damp circuit. The rear track of every driver closer to 1200 rather than 1400 millimeters. The Maranello versus the Buildup. Paolo Gagliardini from nearby Milan. Grid 3 in the 165 Carly Kart. More than 1,000 years of experience amongst these 21 drivers who have all had their 50th birthday. FRANCIACORTA, the veterans ready to race. The KZN over 50 final. Long hold as we wait for Chignoli at the back of the pack. Still the red flag. Aspettiamo Giacomo Chignoli, 175, eccolo. We wait for Chignoli, 175, comes around. And now the red flag leaves the circuit. 16 laps for the over 50 drivers. Here at FRANCIACORTA. We race. Launching off the line, Lamberti. Marcello gets the race lead from the outside front row of the grid. The field go up the hill on a greasy circuit. Again, Chignoli was slow away, but has now caught up. Gone past the start finish line now, as the Maranello takes the race lead. Gingerly working their way around the circuit. Lamberti, brief race leader. There is Gagliardini from Milan, from grid 3. In position 3, trying to go through to P2. As you see, Ferruccio all'acqua fighting wheel spin in these 50 horsepower KZ karts. We've lost another Maranello kart as one goes through to lead. May well have been Piero Sada. Tonino Piero Sada, he's gone through but dropped a ton of time. Also Loddo in trouble. Riccardo Loddo. Gentile with Denmich. Sebastian Gentile with damage to the 168 has retired on the first lap of the race. Chignoli comes across the line, makes up a couple of positions as you look at Paolo Gagliardini go through and take the race lead in the Carly Kart. 165. All'acqua back to second place. Levorato, Alfio Messina, il Siciliano, 164, making his way through in the Maranello kart. The Maranello takes the race lead. Messina in P5. Gagliardini back into second as we see Vandini under investigation. Gagliardini down the inside, the tight line, but the grip is on the outside. So Ferruccio all'acqua will lead across the line as we start lap 3. The track, there's no standing water on it. It is greasy as an ice skating rink though. Ermanno Vandini is under investigation. Started grid 12, and that's where he runs at the moment. Vandini, Ermanno in the Taglienti kart, 170. You get a glimpse of the yellow machine, but he is under investigation. Wide line from all'acqua. Controls the wheel spin, but Gagliardini does it better. Paolo Gagliardini goes on through from nearby Milan. He takes the race lead. One of the more interesting drivers racing here, Paolo Gagliardini. PGK, that's his company, involved in the design and construction of nearly 100 kart racing circuits in Europe. Track designer by profession, particularly on the indoor scene. World-class racetrack design, PGK. That is Paolo Gagliardini Karting, and he leads the way. He's got the race lead in the Carly Kart from the second row of the grid. Knows how to design a racetrack, knows how to drive round one as well. He goes fastest with the 63.628. Ferruccio all'acqua under investigation. Word from race control. Sotto investigazione. Ferruccio all'acqua. This has consequences. At the moment, Vandini and all'acqua under investigation. Incredibly, the sun is now shining. All'acqua is under investigation. Messina from Sicilia goes up onto the podium now. Luca Levorato, il Veneto, ora in quarta posizione. Bravo Messina. The Sicilian goes up into P3, takes the Venetian. Luca Levorato. Messina, 164 in the Maranello. Gagliardini leads from all'acqua. Ferruccio, but he's under investigation. Finds grip on the outside, will slingshot out of the hotel hairpin, but gets too much wheel spin. We start lap 5 of 16. Ghiberti, Gentile out. Sebastian with damage to the 168 Maranello on the opening lap of the race. The Maranello is in second place, but under investigation. Another driver is. So all'acqua under investigation, as is Vandini. We'll come back to that in a moment. For now, it is just under investigation. No penalties apply as they look for grip. This is Alfio Messina in the background. He is catching in the second Maranello. Cialdini also under investigation. Marco Tesserolo goes on through. Winner of the Italian Cup, Tri Veneto. He's down in 16th place. Also a good drive from Roberto Avanzato. Guardiamo bene, Roberto Avanzato. We'll keep a good eye on him. He's in P7 in 178. Just about to come across the line. Avanzato, who has raced with us in WSK, also in the World and European Championships, 52 years of age. And as recently as last season, was racing outright in the KZ2 category in the WSK Open Series. Avanzato from 13th up into 7th place. He's behind Cialdini, who's also under investigation. No penalties yet, if there are any to come at all. On lap 6 of 16, Gagliardini from Milan leads the way from the pole sitter. Ferruccio all'acqua, he's under investigation. Messina, Levorato, Luca. We've lost Luca Fiorin, that's him. The Miami Powered Car Republic out at the Hotel Hairpin. The leaders go by. Il Pilota Veneto. CRG pulls over. Lodo looks as though he's going to retire down into pit lane. Ricardo Lodo pulls into pit lane in the 182 CRG. He had a problem. You saw him do the right thing, get out of the way of the leaders as Gagliardini goes on through. Fastest lap of the race is 63.628. The rain has stopped. Incredibly, the sun is actually shining. They will burn these Vega tyres as we go into the second half of the KZN over 50 final. Just repeating, literally more than 1,000 years of experience. A millennium's worth of experience for these drivers. Each have had their 50th birthday, at least. Gagliardini, the race leader, 52 years of age, from nearby Milan. Down through the gearbox into the Hotel Hairpin, hooks over the ripple strip in the Carly Kart 165, powered by the TM. All'acqua. Messina, the Sicilian, winner of the Italian Cup in Sicily. In third place, he now goes fastest with the 63.593, so the track may be drying so slightly. Yellow flag out up into turn 2. All'acqua still under investigation, but still runs in second place. Scolaro crosses the line. It looks as though we have lost Chignoli or perhaps Tesserolo. I'll tell you imminently now. The rain's starting to fall in the back part of the circuit. Gagliardini pulls away 2.3 seconds from the two Maranello carts. This is lap 8 of 16, the second half of the KZ National Over 50 final. It is Marco Tesserolo who's retired up into turn 2. That's why the yellow flag was out a moment ago. Slides sideways across the line. Ferruccio all'acqua. Alfio Messina in P3. Paolo Gagliardini, 165. Hooks over the ripple strips, finding grip unusually on the inside of the circuit. The rain has stopped. We've actually got a little bit of sunshine. Don't tell me the weather forecast was wrong. We won't complain if it was. But the heavens were to open around about now. It hasn't happened yet. We just go past 1 o'clock local time here in Italy. The Wsk Super Cup. This is the Campionato Italiano as the race leader goes on through, puts a lap on Chignoli. There's the blue flag. It's not the crossed blue flag though, so it can continue on. The Sicilian, Alfio Messina, il siciliano, in terza posizione. Chignoli does pull into pit lane after missing the start, stalling. It's been a tough morning for him. His race, his day, has now come to an end. You can see the PGK logo. Paolo Gagliardini Karting has dedicated his life to this sport. Track designer, 74 or 75 racetracks around the world. He has designed and been involved with the construction of, and he's looking at taking up the Italian Championship for the veteran drivers more than 50 years of age. This is Gagliardini down through the gearbox. Uses the engine braking to slow it down. All'acqua. P2, that's the battle for second place. The Sicilian behind Ferruccio. From opposite ends of Italy. Ferruccio all'acqua, who finished second in the Zone 1 Italian Cup. That's the zone encompassing Lombardia, Piemonte, Val d'Aosta and Liguria. And from the opposite end, 1,500 kilometers south, Alfio Messina, il Siciliano, who won La Coppa Italia of Sicilia. The two Maranello drivers. All'acqua AMC Tech Racing. Alfio Messina, privately entered, almost identical, virtually technically identical equipment, second and third, the Maranellos. But it's Gagliardini, PGK Karting. Paolo Gagliardini, who leads the race fastest on track, is Alfio Messina. 4 laps remaining at the end of this one. Il Campionato Italiano, Claudio Ambrogi has got the crossed blue flag, so that's the end of his race. Still no word from race control regarding any potential penalties. Although having said that, the board is being prepared on the start-finish straight. So stay tuned, this might not come to an end even when the checkered flag falls. The Maranello drivers in second and third, All'acqua under investigation as Alfio Messina, il Siciliano, sends it up into second place. All'acqua from pole position has had a brilliant weekend, but he's struggling for traction. Slightly different setup, 173. Ferruccio from pole position. The black flag for All'acqua. Oh wow, Ferruccio All'acqua, under investigation, gets the black flag. The board being prepared. There's Gagliardini going across the line. There's the Maranellos. Ferruccio All'acqua with the black flag. So a technical infringement for Ferruccio All'acqua. He's been given the black flag. His race is over. He's still circulating. Messina goes on through. Alacqua for a technical infringement before the start of the race has been given the black flag. He started from pole position, under investigation for the first 13 laps. Paolo Gagliardini has got a 6-second lead. Alacqua wipes the water from his visor. He's still racing. He's still at race pace, but he's got the black flag. He's not the only one. Cialini also. This is why they're under investigation. He's still racing. The black flag, I'm sorry, Ferruccio, it won't disappear. Alberto Cialini also for a starting infringement with the black flag. Cialini is out. Vandini also with the black, also under investigation. Alacqua, Cialini, black flagged. Twice he's been shown. That's just the two drivers. Cialini and Alacqua, both with the black flag. He can't ignore it. And even if he does and finishes third, he won't stand on the podium. Paolo Gagliardini, it looks as though the Milanese driver will. He's had a brilliant run as the Sicilian Alfio Messina just takes a tenth of a second out of him. But Gagliardini is crossing the line now. And this is the second place Sicilian. There is the black flag still being shown for Ferruccio. Alacqua. The penultimate lap of the race. PGK leads the way. Paolo Gagliardini karting. Rides the ripple strip on the penultimate lap of the race. The forecast downpour, torrential storms have thankfully not yet materialized. We don't mind if the weather forecast was wrong. Paolo Gagliardini in the Kali kart has got 5 seconds clear of Alfio Messina. Alacqua, Cialini, 3 and 4, but they've both been black flagged. This means Luca Lavorato has effectively been elevated up onto the podium on a damp track. The rain has stopped. It fell lightly earlier. Paolo Gagliardini comes across the line to take the last lap. Ultimo giro per Paolo Gagliardini. Il suo vantaggio 5 secondi. Last lap for the Italian. Oh, he's got the mechanical defect flag. Gagliardini with the mechanical defect flag. You can see the right rear bumper is dragging on the wet bitumen here. Gagliardini with the mechanical defect flag. Look at the right rear bumper scraping on the bitumen. Alfio Messina P2 will assume the race lead. Alacqua, Cialini 3 and 4 have both been given the black flag. Lavorato and Roberto Avanzato. We're looking at Luca and Roberto on the podium. Ultimo giro. Paolo Gagliardini can actually make a quick pit stop. Believe it or not, put it back in position and roll across the line. We saw Schumacher do that at Silverstone 2 decades ago. He takes the checkered flag, punches the air into light. Don't tell me he hasn't seen it. You can't miss it. There is Messina. It looks as though the Sicilian has won. Alacqua crosses the line third with the black flag. On the other side of the bridge is the LED screen. You can't miss it. Cialini crosses the line also with a black flag. We wait for Luca Lavorato. Il pilota Veneto chiude in pista in quinta posizione, ma sembra di essere in terza nella gara. Mariotti has passed Roberto Avanzato on the last lap for 6th place, but critically that may well be for the podium. Simonti, Tonino, Piero Sara. Vandini was also under investigation. About to cross the line as the final finisher. So a sensation here as Paolo Gagliardini pulls into pit lane. has crossed the line in P1, but with the mechanical defect flag, so this may not be over. The over 50 final started on a dead track. Ferruccio All'Acqua beaten off the line by Marcello Lamberti. The Birolard driver around the outside, but it was Gagliardini who muscled his way into the lead ahead of the two Maranello drivers. Alfio Messina, the Sicilian, making his way up from the bottom of Italy, from Sicily, from grid 9. As Ferruccio All'Acqua, he was enjoying himself out there, but would ultimately be given the black flag. This is Gagliardini. He pulled away, looked to be headed for a comfortable victory, and then the sensation, the black flag shown for Ferruccio All'Acqua. The checkered flag for Paolo Gagliardini has crossed the line with the mechanical defect flag. There is a difference. That is not the black flag. Messina in P2 and Luca Levorato chiude la gara in terza posizione. Gagliardini is the provisional winner from Messina. Levorato, Mariotti in the Vortex Power Paralin. Roberto Avenzato chiude in quinta posizione. Lamberti, Giacchetti, Simonti, Piero Sara e Vandini in decima posizione. So a provisional finishing order. These drivers not finishing, including Ferruccio All'Acqua, P18, disqualified after ignoring the black flag. Stay with us. The podium, it may not be as they cross the line. We'll bring it to you live from Franciacorta in just a moment.
Come back to me.
Working our way through the afternoon, this is for the KZ National, the rookie drivers. Signor Manolo Bastionelli, Segretario Commissione Karting di AC Sport, the Secretary for the Karting Commission of the Automobile Club of Italy, presenting the rookie drivers with their medallions prior to racing the 16-lap final. Still light rain falling here. This is for drivers who have had less than 3 years experience. Yes, hold your head up. Or less than 3 years consecutively holding a racing license with the Automobile Club of Italy. An all-Italian field with the exception of the Swiss driver Valentino Rossi, number 68. Every other driver Italian. For the rookie drivers, less than 3 years experience racing in karting. Here is the great Alessandro Piccini, the legendary 4-time world champion with, don't tell me that's a Paralympic shirt. He is mechanicking this weekend for Mirko Dani in number 63. The Tuscan legend, the Italian legend, 4-time world champion Alessandro Piccini. His driver, Mirko Dani. Alessandro first winning the World Championship Formula C as it was, Magione 1987. DAP. Wow, una vita fa. A lifetime ago when Alessandro won the first of his 4 Formula C World Championships. His son Alessio taking pole position just a week ago in the Euro Champs. His driver, Mirko Dani, number 63, starting out at grid 5. Still light rain falling here at FRANCIACORTA. The KZN rookie final here. Rookie drivers to the sport of kart racing. All Italian with the exception of the Swiss driver Valentino Rossi. Yes, you did hear correctly. I'll give you a clue though. He's number 68. He's not number 46. Young Valentino, the 2M kart racing team from Switzerland. The 68 Intrepid, the only non-Italian in the field. And indeed in the 4 KZ categories here this weekend. This is the KZN rookie final, Il Campionato Italiano, together with the Wsk Super Cup just a moment or two before the start. The pole sitter, number 60, Alessandro Zadloco, 2023. Italian champion, starts on pole position. Cristian Criati in the Intrepid. Just behind the Intrepid manufacturer, making something of a comeback in the last season or so. Cristian starting on the second row of the grid. Ecco Andrea Antonello, 62, number 62, Antonello, bottom left of your screen. RS Motorsport for Antonello starting out of grid 2. The rookie final here for the Italian Championship together with the Wsk Super Cup on a damp circuit here at FRANCIACORTA. Alessandro Zadloco starts on pole position and he leads the field away. To his left, to the right of screen, Andrea Antonello, Cristian Criati, Andrea Giannorio, Mirko Dani, who you just saw a moment ago, Lorenzo Paganini, Luca Manzoni, Denny Ranieri, he took pole position in qualifying, Giovanni Segala, Giovanni Di Martino, Valentino Rossi, Gabriele Neppa, Andrea Toncelli, Matteo Angioli e il napolitano Davide Scognamiglio. The 16-lap rookie final on a damp track. Zalocco quickly leads them out of the final corner under light rain falling here at FRANCIACORTA. Andrea Antonello to the right of your screen, Zalocco to the left. There is Denny Ranieri starting back on grid 8. He was the fastest qualifier though 48 hours ago on a dry circuit. The rookie final, il campionato italiano qui a FRANCIACORTA. Rookie drivers, less than 3 years racing in world karting. We race. Criati misses the start with massive wheel spin, and the intrepid driver goes back to P5. On the inside of Lorenzo Paganini, sparks flying off the bottom of the 65 cart. They make their way down the hill for the first time into turn 5, looking for Denny Ranieri, the fastest qualifier, but it is Alessandro Zalocco, il vincitore della Coppa Italia, who leads the way, the Italian Cup champion, but he's passed by Antonello, who goes around the outside in the Paralin. Davide Scognamiglio has missed the start, actually stalled off the line. Did the driver from Napoli. And you can just hear in the background someone already in trouble with seemingly a broken exhaust, which is smashing the decibel meter off the scale. Antonello down into the hotel hairpin, clips the ripple strip ahead of Zalocco. As they come across the line for the first time, there is someone with a kart that is reminiscent in sound of what we used to race back in the 1960s. Broken or dislodged exhaust, almost certainly. It's not a black flag, it may well be a mechanical defect flag imminently. They can quickly fix it and get it back on track with a quick pit stop. For the moment, we stay green. Pulling into pit lane, it was the 72 kart who has retired. Gabriele Nepa, seemingly he with a broken exhaust. Gabriele Nepa has just pulled into pit lane in the 72 Birolart, and his race, the rookie's race, comes to a premature end on just the second lap. Antonello with the race lead from Zalocco. Criati, here's the intrepid in third place. Paganini comes across the line to 2M kart racing team. Also with Valentino Rossi in the field in kart 68. Criati in the intrepid, quick throughout the heats, but that was on a dry circuit. Everything has changed. As you see Antonello down through the gearbox, the rain still continuing to fall here in the KZN rookie race, il Campionato Italiano, the Italian championship race here at FRANCIACORTA. Criati, Paganini, there's Danny Ranieri going through the Tony karts. In fact, it's an X-Spree with the Tony kart stickers. It is an orange chassis. You know it's virtually identical though. Danny Ranieri, the OTK car, we'll call it that. Although homologated as an X-Spree, actually took pole position 48 hours ago, 47.687 for Danny Ranieri. The OTK driver goes down the back straight. He looks good though. He's just hit the fastest lap of the race in wet conditions, a 66.288. There is Ranieri, head of Mirko Danni, Manzone, Segala, Toncelli, Andrea Toncelli from the back of the grid now up in a P9 from Rossi. Scognamiglio trying to recover as Antonello goes down with a 65.387. Fastest on circuit, still light rain pouring or falling, not pouring though. There is no standing water really, still incredibly greasy. As you see Cristian Criati sideways, they still control 50 odd horsepower around this 1.3 kilometre FRANCIACORTA circuit, sideways on the exit again. Zadlocco closes up on the back of Antonello. They've gone wheel to wheel in the Italian Cup, the Italian Championship over the past couple of seasons. Zadlocco first in the 2023 Italian Championship. Looking to go 2 in a row. He's in second place at the moment. The 60 Buildup behind Andrea Antonello. In the 62 Parolin, Criati in the intrepid, sideways from Antonello. Almost throws it away. And Zadlocco almost inadvertently ran into the Italian as he put down 50 horsepower on a greasy circuit here at FRANCIACORTA. Down the back straight, you can see that Zadlocco, using every piece of the racetrack, rides the ripple strip, just drifts it out towards the Porsche driver experience centre, part of the FRANCIACORTA Motorsport Complex here. The car racing circuit, taken over, renovated a couple of years ago, as was the kart circuit, now owned by Porsche, also hosting around at the Porsche Carrera Cup Italia Series in 2023. The FRANCIACORTA karting circuit. There was a small rental kart circuit here in years gone by, built in 2020. This new version hosting the World Championships last year. 2020, the inauguration with the Rock International final. 4 years ago, it's the 22nd circuit the WSK promotion has ever raced at. Now 19-year history. Of course, next year, 2025, the 20th anniversary season of WSK promotion involvement in world motorsports. Antonello, Zadlocco, Paganini, Criati, the intrepid who set a quick lap earlier on, now being passed. Lorenzo, 2 M-Kart racing teams, 65 karts. Denny Valmieri still in P5, Italian Cup champion winner. As the yellow flag comes out, it looks as though we have lost De Martino, unfortunately. Giovanni De Martino in the 70 Birul Art. The yellow flag flying as Criati now responds. He's back in P4, but just goes purple again, just trying to find a quick line around the circuit as we approach half race distance for the rookie final. Il Campionato Italiano Karting, together with Il Trofeo Nazionale and the Wsk Super Cup. We raced the 4 international categories earlier this morning. OKN, that's OK National, Original Kart National and Original Kart National Junior, and the 2 mini categories as well. Down into the hairpin. The lead from Antonello back to Alessandro Zadlocco, last year's national Italian champion. 1.9 seconds last time they come across the line. 1.7 at 116 k's an hour in the wet. 64.620 for Christian Criati, fastest on circuit. Rossi, P12, the only non-Italian, the driver from Switzerland. Has now just retired. Half race distance, this is the battle for third place. Criati in the intrepid karts. Right behind Paganini, Lorenzo for the 2M kart racing team, who have just lost their second driver, with Rossi from Switzerland retiring. Criati, fastest lap of the race, is 64.620, sideways from Zadlocco. As we go into the second half of the rookie final, the skies get dark here at FRANCIACORTA. The rain falling down lightly. It will get heavier as the afternoon goes on. Now final at the conclusion of this one. Also for KZ, 36 cars on the grid for the KZ under final. Basically drivers under 40 years of age, semi-professional drivers. That's the next and last final of the day. We brought forward the program. We raced our pre-finals last night due to this impending rainstorm, which is now starting to envelop the FRANCIACORTA circuit in Italy, just over an hour's drive from the fashion capital, which is the economic capital also of Italy, the city of Milan. Antonello will check the gap last time, 1.9 seconds, a purple sector from Paganini. He's actually tried to chase Zarlocco and he's exceeding the gap. He's just under a second now between Paganini and Zarlocco. 63.901. He was a second and a half faster than last year's Italian champion last time round. Closes up on the back of the buildup. Does Lorenzo Paganini. Zarlocco in second place from pole position. You can see some debris coming off or hanging off the side. Some race tape or something off the side of Paganini's kart. Still structurally in sound. The kart's still straight and it's quick as well. He's fastest on circuit. Grabs a gear, goes down the back straight. Zarlocco, Paganini, Criati, fastest on circuit earlier on, has lost touch with the leaders. He's P4 at the moment. Lorenzo Paganini closes in on the back of Zarlocco. Antonello responds, a 63.851. Goes fastest. Scognamiglio, after missing the start, the driver from Napoli, will give him a mention. He's up into 10th place now. Good recovery from Scognamiglio as we look at the battle for second place. Paganini, the TM-powered buildup, the same combination, different colours though, second and third. Antonello, the TM-powered Paralym, in P1 and goes purple. He's 3 seconds clear of this battle. They go down the back straight. Good exit from Zarlocco. The rain pours here at Franciacorta. There is the race leader, Antonello. 4 laps to victory in the Italian Championship. $63.850. Again goes fastest. Does Andrea Antonello. 103.850, Italian Cup champion. Ranieri, fastest qualifier, still circulating in P5. Ahead of Luca Marzone in 61. And I've got news for you. Lorenzo Paganini was attempting to catch P2. It wasn't for me to say, but you could clearly see it yourself. Now it's not a secret. Lorenzo Paganini, mechanical defect flag. You saw it a moment ago. Did not want to say it. But now we can. Lorenzo Paganini, the rear bumper is dragging on the wet circuit here. And Lorenzo Paganini has been given the mechanical defect flag. Giovanni Di Martino slowly across the line. He's been given the blue flag. About to go a lap down. Paganini with the mechanical defect flag. Heartbreak for Lorenzo. Was attacking Zarlocco, the Italian champion, for second place. This is Antonello. He's 4 seconds clear now virtually of Zarlocco. And now he'll have a clean race to second place because Lorenzo Paganini has been given the mechanical defect flag. It's not a black flag. The rear bumper, they can make a quick pit stop, put it back in place and continue on. And with the race as strung out as it is, we're coming up to the 14-minute mark. It is a pit stop. It's not a black flag. A quick zip tie will put it back in position and he can continue on. For the moment, has stayed out. Race control, I can tell you, are watching Lorenzo Paganini, the mechanical defect flag. This is the race leader, Antonello, with 3 laps now remaining. Zarlocco Lorenzo Paganini. Mechanical defect flag is about to pull into pit lane. It's not a black flag. It is just a pit stop. He can actually rejoin the race. Regardless, his chances of the podium are over. Denny Ranieri now on to the podium, the fastest qualifier in the OTK. Some consolation after taking pole position 48 hours ago, if he can hang on to that for the remaining 2 laps. Antonello Zarlocco, the Paralin from Alessandro in the Birulat, and Denny Ranieri, the Tony Kart colours. It is an Esprit, it's an OTK. He's in 3rd place. Cariati in the Intrepid. Luca Mazzone, Mirko Dani, and Paganini down into pit lane. He's just been joined also by the 74 of Toncelli. Andrea Toncelli has also retired. We're down to 7 runners. Just 7 drivers left on track. This is the penultimate lap. The gap down to 5 seconds between Antonello and Zarlocco. Last lap next time round. Now the rain is getting heavier. Andrea just needs to keep it on the circuit. Looks back behind him. There's not daylight because it is getting dark here at Franciacorta, but he's got the full length of the back straight between himself and the pole sitter, Alessandro Zarlocco. Last year's Italian champion in P2, Andrea Antonello, is about to take, you would think, the Italian championship here in just a moment. Il Campionato Italiano. Rides the ripple strip. Middle of the circuit, down through the gearbox. Engine braking into turn 5 to slow it down. Avete visto già 1000 volte vittorie per Andrea Antonelli e tra poco avremo una vittoria Wsk Cup per Andrea Antonello. You've heard it many times, Andrea Antonelli take victory in WSK, but you're about to see a victory for Andrea Antonello. The Paralin down through the hotel hairpin. KZN Rookie, il Campionato Italiano. Ecco la bandiera a scacchi per Andrea Antonello. Vince il Campionato Italiano per i piloti rookie. Bravissimo. Zarlocco, who won last year's championship, crosses the line under the bridge in 2nd place. We wait for the fastest qualifier, Denny Ranieri, pole position 48 hours ago, and he stands on the podium in P3. Cariati for Luca Manzone, Mirko Dani, Giovanni Segala crosses the line, just the 7 finishes. From pole position, Alessandro Zarlocco initially took the race lead as we look at the highlights of the rookie Italian Championship final. Zarlocco with the race lead, but Antonello was not long as he fought the wheel spin on a greasy circuit to go through and take the race lead. Pulled away from Zarlocco, who was defended from Lorenzo Paganini, who caught right up to the back to the Birulat driver. But the rear bumper had worked itself loose, and heartbreak for Lorenzo Paganini, who had to pit with a mechanical defect flag. You can see the rear bumper was hanging on the ground and had to retire from 3rd place. Antonello down the back straight, and he takes the checkered flag. Lui vince il Campionato Italiano per KZ Nazionale Rookie. Antonello takes the victory here in the rain of Franciacorta. He is the Italian champion in KZ National for the rookies. Last year's champion Zarlocco in 2nd place in the fastest qualifier. Denny Ranieri on the podium in third. Creati for Luca Mazzoni, Mirko Dani, Giovanni in settima posizione. Just 7 finishes here. Antonello brings home the trophy to Paralin for RS EDSM Motorsport, and he'll stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment.
You have to leave so soon, didn't wanna make you run around. Cause it seems I tripped up once again. Now I'm lying down again, staring up into a cloud of questions why. The revision through tired eyes. Got a lot of things that I need to say, got a lot of things that I need to find a way to rest my head. Just trying to get my eyes. Why did I let you walk away? Why did I let you walk away? I'm thinking it's you. I've been thinking about you every day. I see you walking around my soul, easing into your embrace. It's like you never went away. You glow like you can't escape the rays. You're brave enough to save the day. I see you walk around my soul, easing into your embrace. It's like you never went away. You glow like you can't escape the rays. You're brave enough to save the day. Love, hoping we can make it right. Come on, I feel your embrace.
The podium for KZN Rookie here at Franciacorta sotto la pioggia. Ha segnato pole position, ha chiuso la settimana con terza posizione nella finale. In terzo posto l'italiano Denny Ranieri. Seconda posizione Alessandro Zallocco. Il nuovo campione Andrea Antonello. Signor Manolo Bastianelli, segretario, commissione AC Karting, premia terza posizione Denny Ranieri. Seconda posizione Alessandro Zallocco. il vincitore del campionato italiano Andrea Antonello. Inno nazionale d'Italia. Il podio per KZN Rookie Denny Ranieri, Alessandro Zalloco, il nuovo campione sotto la pioggia qui a Franciacorta, Andrea Antonello. Ora facciamo subito il podio per KZN over 50. Il podio per KZN over 50, terza posizione Luca Levorato. Seconda posizione Alfio Messina. Il nuovo vincitore Paolo Gagliardini. Terza posizione Luca Levorato, seconda posizione Alfio Messina, il nuovo campione over 50 Paolo Gagliardini. Inno nazionale d'Italia.
back here at Franciacorta as the rain still pouring down. This is our last final of the afternoon. 36 drivers in KZ under, basically meaning drivers non-professional or semi-professional under the age of 40. Mr. Manolo Bastianelli, segretario commissione di karting, sta premiando I piloti, sempre italiani in pista. All Italian drivers, 36 of them on the grid, on a wet grid. Firstly, let's check out, before we do race the final, our final of the Wsk Super Cup, which is also for the Italian Championship. Let's check out some of the highlights this week here at Franciacorta. Still under the rain here. We'll just get to the highlights in just a moment. Our last final of the afternoon. The drivers ready to go. Antonio Piccione, veteran of KZ World Kart Racing. We'll start from pole position for the Taglienti Kart Racing team. Standing at the front of the grid, all the drivers with their helmets on. Yeah, they're ready to go, but that's to keep the rain off as well here at Franciacorta. It is getting slightly heavier. So the driver's about to step into the karts and race over 16 laps. Before we do, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at Franciacorta. Beautiful sunshine up until, well, late this morning. You can see the heavens have opened. The rain is getting heavier. 36 karts on the grid. Ready for our final of the afternoon. KZ National. Under 40 years of age, semi-professional drivers. And more than 25 years of age also. In that group, there's 36 drivers on the grid. Antonio Piccione. On your screen, Taglienti Kart Racing Team out of grid 1. The rain getting heavier here this afternoon. This also counts for the Italian Championship. This is Massimiliano Casagranda. The Drago Course TecTav Racing Car Team out of grid 2. Just behind him, Filippo Caligares. Recent winner of the Italian Cup, La Coppa Italia, Filippo, in the 11 Paralin for RS Motorsport. Alessandro Cavina inside second row of the grid. The 1 minute board goes up as the rain falls here at Franciacorta. Our final of the afternoon over 16 laps for KZ. That is under 40 years of age, these drivers, semi-professional, racing for the Italian Championship. The green flag and the grid looks like this. Antonio Piccione alongside Massimiliano Casagrande out of 2. Alessandro Cavina, Filippo Caligares, Gianmarco Loddo, Simone Ragno, Luca Gianassi from Torino for the BV kart racing team of Lorenzo Mandarino. Watch him, Luca Gianassi, kart 26 out of 7. Daniele Carrera, kart 1, Dondi, Leggio, Gabriele, Domenico Tirano, Andrea Pastorino in 44. Out of grid 12, Simone Minguzzi in the TB kart alongside Enrico Manzone, Matteo Donini, Matteo Massetani, Alberto Magnani, Giuseppe Ambrosio, Luciano Medeghini, and Luca Giammattei on the 10th row of the grid. Calvanese, Menegatti, Nicola Imparato out of grid 21 alongside Paolo Castellan from Friuli Venezia Giulia, right near the Slovenian border, right racing for the FD Motors team. Carignato, Casalotti, Kevin Ceccarelli, Tommaso Cino, Paolo Marino, Alessio Ferlisi, who's actually driving the kart that Jean Nomblot raced in the European Championships at Val Vibrata a week ago. Barbarossa, Cassiula from Sardinia, Giovanni Murgia, Nicola Colgato, Kevin Cancelli and Alfonso Calabria on the final row of the grid. The rain pouring here at Franciacorta. Antonio Piccioni on pole position, the yellow machine for Taglienti Kart Racing. Massimiliano Casagranda, Cavina Caligiares, Gianmarco Lodo, Simone Ragno. There is the Vemi Kart 26, Luca Gianassi driving for former Wsk Super Nationals race winner Lorenzo Mandarino and the Vemi Kart racing team. Kart 26 out of grid 7. Another formation lap. Looks as though one or two have stalled further back in the grid. In fact, they've managed to keep it going. So we'll do another formation lap. Look at the rain pouring down now. As they go up the hill into turn 2, there's more grip in the grass off the side of the circuit. You'll see drivers running off the road, particularly at the hotel hairpin. There's Alessandro Cavina in 24, second row of the grid. There is grip in the gravel and the grass and the dirt offline off the circuit, as the drivers will use that part of the circuit to slow it down. There is Luca Gianassi, kart 26 for the Vemi kart team. The Canadian manufacturer, Luca Gianassi from Torino, right near the Swiss and French border, the city that will host the 2026 Winter Olympic Games, together with Cortina. Luca inside, fourth row of the grid, alongside kart 1, Daniele Carrera. There's Minguzzi going through the green machine. Simone in grid 13. In the pouring rain here at Franciacorta, under the control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, who stands in the top center of your screen on the bridge here at Franciacorta. Our final of the Wsk Super Cup, incorporating the Italian Championship, Il Campionato Italiano. We race for the final time today. Piccioni has missed the start as Massimiliano Casagrande is the only driver with a clear view, and he races through to P1. Shooting off the road, 2 karts in the background. Kevin Ceccarelli did not even make the start. He was out on the second formation lap. Casagrande with the race lead as they go down the hill into turn 5 for the first time. Good start from Alessandro Cavina. As you see, Filippo Calagares in the 11 Paralin power up into second place. There's Gianmarco Lodo going through in the 42 CRG. Good start, bravo anche Andrea Pastorino in the 44 machine from the 6th row of the grid. Has come storming up into the top 5. He's right behind the pole sitter, Antonio Piccioni. He's in P4. Casagrande with the race lead, just from Filippo Calagares. Casagrande leads it from Filippo Calagares, who wants to make the move, and he does so. Just drives on through, does Filippo. Nicely done. Goes through to take the race lead. Calagares, who won here at Franciacorta back in June in the Italian Zone Championship, now looking to take out the Italian Championship as well. He won it in 2023, an Italian title, and he's looking to take his second in 2 years. The Paralympic P1, Casagrande, good recovery from Antonio Piccioni. 7 days ago, stood on the podium in KZ2 Masters in the European Championship at Val Vibrata. The driver from Abruzzo for the Taglienti Kart Racing Team. Second at Val Vibrata last week. He won the Italian Championship last year. 35 years of age. The driver from Abruzzo in P3. Alessandro Cavina, another good start from him as Antonio swings up the inside. This is Alessandro Cavina in P4. Antonio on the inside of Massimiliano Casagrande. Look at him use the engine braking down through the gearbox on lap 3, and now sets off after Filippo Calagares. Calvinese out before the start, or just at the start, Andrea. Kevin Ceccarelli, he was out before the start. Andrea Calvinese went off the road in turn 2, and his race comes to a premature end in the pouring rain here at Franciacorta. Says something for the grip of the Vega wet tyres here. They go down into the hotel hairpin. KZ2 karts riding the ripple strip to try and hook it in. There is Cavina in 3rd place. Andrea Pastorino in number 44. The mechanical defect flag is being displayed for, I'll tell you in a moment, as we get official notification on our screen. Cavina going on through. Simone Ragno in trouble. His drop down, it may well be Simone, who has retired. In fact, he's out. It was Simone Minguzzi with the technical flag, the mechanical defect flag, and Simone Ragno has not come round. His afternoon also comes to an end. We've lost 3-4 drivers already in the KZN under final. Calagares in the Paralin. This is Antonio in 2nd place for the Taglienti Kart team. Massimiliano Casagrande from Cavina, Pastorino, Leggio, Luca Gianassi started P7. He's actually just got by and taken Leggio. There's the Femi Kart, the Canadian manufacturer of the former Wsk Super Nationals race winner champion, the Canadian Lorenzo Mandarino, his driver from Torino. Luca Gianassi, car 26, now up into P6 in this 36 car field. Fastest lap for Filippo in the Paralin. Calagares for RS, that's Air to SM Motorsport, 63.973. The only driver so far under the 64-second bracket in torrential rain, which was predicted, forecast, and it has arrived in force here at Franciacorta. 10 laps remaining at the end of this one. The rain getting heavier. Look at that on your screen. Piccione, 1.9 seconds behind. He's still got time to catch. He goes deep under brakes, different lines. The Taglienti car, TK machine on the back of the Paralin. Casagrande still holding on to the final step of the podium as Antonio smashes over the ripple strip. There is Ganassi on the outside of Pastorino. The Vemi kart on the back of 44. Andrea in the TM-powered Birulat. Multiple manufacturers here in the KZN under final for the semi-professional drivers under 40 years of age. We've got Caligaris in the Paralin. There's the Intrepid. That's the Vemi kart. In 26, Piccione in the TK kart. However, every driver has chosen, it's an open category, but chosen to race with TM. Every driver powered by TM here in this KZ final in atrocious conditions, searching for grip as they go down the back straight into the hotel hairpin, hooking it over the ripple strip. Antonio does likewise. Ganassi up into 4th place. He's found grip in the Vemi karts. There is Luca onto the straight in P4. He's got by Alessandro Cavina, Andrea Pastorino, Leggio, Tirano, Dondi. Then we go to Enrico Manzoni. Gianmarco Lodo. Menegatti crosses the line now in P12. He's come from grid 24 to being in that place ahead of Jean-Mattei Meneghini. Nicola Cogato. What a drive from Nicola. From the back of the grid, he's passed 19 karts in 7 laps to be in P15. Nicola Cogato, kart 8 in 15th place. From grid 34, look at the rain. Caligares barely can see ahead of him. This is what was predicted, and this is what has arrived. Skates under brakes. Piccione, the gap 1.9 seconds a few moments ago. It's down to 1 second. It's now closer than that. Across the line at 109 k's an hour in the rain. So they've washed off 30 kilometers an hour top speed. The gap, 9/10 of a second now. Casagrande. Ganassi is just a step off the podium. He's desperately trying to catch the Drago course kart of Massimiliano Casagrande. Is Luca Ganassi in the Vemi kart. That was him flashing by in the background. This is Antonio Piccione. 3 decades of experience in karting. Every category he's raced in it, including in the 100cc days. The glory days on the podium in the KZ2 Masters European Championship a week ago. As we go to course yellow. The conditions deteriorating. We have gone full course yellow, and that may well be game, set and match. The first fall, look at the distance. We're about to move into the second half of the race. There is the board. There is full course yellow flashing on the LED screen on the other side of the FRANCIACORTA bridge here. Caligares, Piccione, Casagrande on lap 9. An incident though has also taken out Carrera. Castellan. Gianmarco Lodo is out. Kevin Cancelli is out. They have retired up into turn 2. Full course yellow on lap 9. We are into the second half of the race. Caligares with the race lead, and this may be the ball game, folks. Virtually unraceable here. Lodo has retired. Cancelli. Marco Massatani is out. Minguzzi in the Tidica. Simone Ragno, Calvarese and Kevin Ceccarelli out before the start. Lap 9 of 16, the KZN under final. Valida anche per il campionato italiano. Look at the rain. Caligares saying no, that's it, unraceable. Reminiscent of Ayrton Senna in Adelaide back in 1980 something, maybe it was 91, or Alain Prost at Monaco in 84. Caligares emulates those two drivers, just waving, saying no, we can't race in this. This is lap 10 of 16. The order is Caligares, Piccione, Casagranda, Gianassi, Pastorino, under full course yellow, and that may well be how it finishes. As soon as we pass minimum race distance, the field bunching up, almost putting a lap on Castellan, the driver from Friuli Venezia Giulia. There is him for FD Motors. In fact, he's gone a lap down. The driver who lives so close to the Slovenian border, he can walk there. Wants to just drive it back to the pits. It is bucketing down here at FRANCIACORTA. Caligares, Piccione, Casagranda, 1, 2, 3, full course yellow, cannot overtake. They can barely see. Being told to slow down the pace. And Caligares, he says, what do you want me to do? He's just trying to make his way around the circuit, keep it on the track. Disappointment for Luca Gianassi from Torino. He was relishing in the conditions. That's him in P4. And it looks as though he'll just miss the podium if we don't go back green. There is our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, wanting the field to bunch up. Leggio, Tirano, furiously gesturing. Gabriele Leggio, number 14, the Red Fury karting team. Karts littered around the circuit. Daniele Carrera is out, as is Castellan. He's pulled into the pits. The FD Motors driver, Paolo Castellan, the 37 Praga for FD Motors, has retired. Look at the conditions. Unraceable virtually. Luca Gianassi would like to go to the checkered flag. We may actually get a one-lap sprint here to the checkered. Here is Gianassi on the outside of the circuit. He wants to race. We're down to 24 drivers from the original 36. Wanting the field to bunch up so that at least we can sprint to the checkered flag. Tirano, Menegatti, Medeghini, Dondi flashes over the line. He's in P11, ahead of Ambrosio. The heaviest of the rain has just eased up. Of course, the track is soaked, saturated. It is still raining, but a very heavy downpour a moment ago. Filippo Caligares, Italian champion from last year, looking to go 2 in a row. Lap 13 of 16 now, so 4 laps remaining. We are still under full course yellow here. The final of the afternoon in torrential rain. There is Casagranda, Maximiliano from the outside of the front row of the grid. Disappointment if it finishes like this for Luciano Medeghini, who won the Italian Cup earlier on in the year in the northwest zone of Italy, encompassing the region of Lombardia, Piemonte, Val d'Aosta and Liguria, right down to the French and Swiss borders. Medeghini at the moment in P10. He's come from 20th on the grid. And Dennis Menegatti, he's actually come from another position behind. He's up into 9 from grid 22. Trying to get a green sprint to the checkered flag after the heaviest of the downpour has eased up. There is Janasi. This will help out Luca if we do sprint to the checkered flag. The field punching up. We start lap 14. Two and a half laps remaining, hoping to sprint green to the checkered flag. The order is Filippo Caligares, Antonio Piccione, Massimiliano Casagranda, Luca Janasi, Andrea Pastorino. In kart 44, the Pirolati in P5, Alessandro Cavina, Gabriele Leggio, Tirano, Domenico in the Ital course, Dennis Menegatti from grid 22 is in P9, and rounding out at 10 from grid 20, Luciano Medeghini in the VRK kart. The green flag is on the start-finish straight. We will sprint to the checkered flag. We race green once again. Caligares now under attack from Piccione. Watch Luca Janasi in the Veni kart, finding grip where there is none. Around the outside, he's gone through, he's on the podium. Massimiliano Casagranda falls back to P4. Now he responds. Watch Luca from Torino as Casagranda fights the wheel spin. Caligares controls the restart perfectly. Penultimate lap of the race. Piccione left behind somewhat slightly off the restart. Perfect getaway from Filippo on the penultimate lap of the race. Last lap next time round. Still the fight for the final step of the podium. It is the Vemi kart of Luca Janasi from Torino, who now goes through to P3. Can he take second? Can he take the win? Caligares does everything right. Piccione down the inside. Watch Janasi around the outside. Turns in. He's almost in the mud. Gets the drive, controls the wheel spin. The last lap to race, the Wsk Super Cup. KZN under for the Italian Championship. Janasi is awesome in turn 2. The Veni kart. Around the outside, he's gone through. Lorenzo Mandarino, team owner, the Canadian former champion, the former Wsk Super Nationals winner. Watching on, saturated from pit lane. His driver from Torino is now onto the podium, the small team, but with the quick kart. It's the Vemi kart in P3, the TK kart in second, but the parallel surely of Filippo Caligares will take out the Italian Championship. Sideways from Janasi. Down the hill for the final time, Pastorino is behind Casagranda in 4 and 5. Caligares has controlled the pace. A perfect race. Piccione second in the Euro Champs last week. Second at the moment. The checkered flag is about to wave. The Italian Championship. Vince Filippo Caligares. Antonio Piccione. P2 Luca Janasi sul podio in terzo posto. Massimiliano Casagranda perde il podio per una posizione. He misses the podium by a single position. Bravo anche in quinta posizione Gabriele Leggio. P5 for Leggio. Takes Pastorino on the final lap of the race. We take a look at the highlights in pouring rain of the final of the afternoon under black skies. The KZN under final also for the Italian Championship. Casagranda and Filippo Caligares. Let's hope that did not dislodge the front spoiler of the 11 parallel. Unlikely to in the pouring rain. Antonio Piccione, the TK car down the inside into second place by Massimiliano Casagranda. Caligares controlled the pace. The gap was 1.9 seconds, and then the heavens really opened Piccione cut the gap down to 9/10 of a second. In the pouring rain, we went full course yellow. And then we had a 3-lap sprint to the checkered flag. Luca Janassi in the Vemi cart around the outside. Piccione in the TK cart. But it's Filippo Caligares for Parolin, who takes the victory. RS Motorsport e anche il campionato italiano. Filippo Caligares takes the victory with the fastest lap of the race. The rain has now eased up. 63.973. He was the only driver in all conditions under the 64-second bracket. He takes the win. He is the Italian champion for 2024. Antonio Piccione in second place for the TK, the Taglienti Cup racing team. Luca Janassi for the Vemi kart team of Lorenzo Mandarino on the podium with a super drive in third place. The rain still falling down here at Franciacorta. A torrential downpour midway through the race. The Caligares has hold on. Filippo ha vinto il campionato italiano sotto la pioggia qui a Franciacorta. Caligares, there is confirmation, takes the victory from Piccione. And Luca Janassi on the podium in third place. The 4 different manufacturers, 5 in fact. Parolin, TK Kart, Vemi Kart, Drago Course, and the buildup, the first buildup of Leggio in 5. Stay with us on wsk.it, the podium presentation from Franciacorta in just a moment. From Parc Ferme, our final of the afternoon, all Italian of course. Massimiliano, Luca, although there may be a change here. We wait for Filippo as well. Change to the order as they cross the line. Unfortunately for Filippo Caligares, the front spoiler was down. He does not retain the Italian championship.
Just wait for the drivers to make their way up to the podium. Luca, what a drive. The Vemi Kart team driver, P3, actually elevated to P2. Commiserations to Filippo Calagatas, who crossed the line in P1, but the front spoiler was down. The podium for the KZN under final. In third place, Massimiliano Casagranda. Seconda posizione, Luca Giannassi. Il vincitore del campionato italiano, Antonio Piccioni. Signor Manolo Bastianelli, segretario AC, commissione di karting, premia terzo posto Massimiliano Casagranda. Seconda posizione, Luca Giannassi. E il vincitore Antonio Piccioni. Inno nazionale d'Italia. The podium for the KZN under final, Massimiliano Casagranda, Luca Giannassi e il vincitore Antonio Piccioni. Well, the rain is coming down here at FRANCIACORTA. Fortunately, we have got the races in for the Wsk Super Cup. This is the 19th season of WSK promotion. From here, the Euro 4 Championship goes to the Red Bull Ring next week. Karting-wise, we are at Sarno on September 29 for the second final round of the WSK Euro Series. The rain is still coming down, so we'll escape. Thanks for watching. We'll see you at the Red Bull Ring for the Euro 4 Championship in 7 days and at Sarno on September 29. On behalf of everyone here at FRANCIACORTA, under the rain and WSK promotion, we say thanks for watching. We'll see you at Sarno.